Chapter 5009. Time quietly passed. Batches of souls entered and left, but Lin Ling was still cultivating. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Lin Ling finally stood up. He dragged the ore and walked out of the meteorite vortex. His palm hung down. In his palm, the power of the worlds will flickered. Lin Ling, seize the Yuxia's body and you will have a chance to leave this place. At the same time, Guang Chengxi's voice floated over. Seize the Yuxia's body? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The sneer on his lips deepened. After a long time, departed souls swam out of the huge meteorite vortex. Some departed souls dragged huge nether stones, while others passed by empty-handed. Without a doubt, the departed souls that returned empty-handed were ruthlessly punished with 10 lashes, causing them to howl in pain. It was as though their souls were about to scatter. Lin Ling, come out and eat my 10 lashes. At this moment, one of the Yuxias stared at the huge vortex and shouted, as though it had been waiting for a long time, Are you finally willing to come out? From the meteorite vortex, Lin Ling slowly flew out while dragging the ore. He stared at the Yuxia, his eyes flashing coldly. When he had just arrived, it was this Yuxia who had whipped him. He would remember this grudge. Lin Ling, why aren't you getting over here? Beside the Yuxia, there were souls flattering it, speaking up for it. No matter where it was, even if it was dead, there were still people who flattered it. They only wanted to live a better life. Of course, stepping on the pain of others to live a better life also infuriated many souls, but they did not dare to speak. Lin Ling immediately stared at those souls. With just a glance, those souls trembled. What a cold gaze. They had heard that this white-haired man was new and his soul was unstable. Why did they feel fear with just a glance? One had to know that they were constantly flattering the Yuxia and were rarely whipped by it. Their souls were much more condensed than ordinary departed souls. They immediately did not dare to speak and obediently hid behind the Yuxia. Get over here and eat my 10 lashes. The Yuxia was furious. I've already brought it out of the mine. What right do you have to hit me? Lin Ling replied indifferently. Ugh! The Yuxia was stunned. He thought that Lin Ling was a newcomer and would definitely not be able to bring him out of the nether mine, so he took the opportunity to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But who knew that Lin Ling would complete the mission? Furthermore, he could rest for 3 incense sticks of time. So what if I took you out of the mine? If I want to hit you, I need your permission. Then, Yuxia became even angrier. The surrounding souls were shocked. How dare he refute Yuxia in the nether mines? Wasn't he courting death? Although the rule was that they didn't need to be whipped when they were brought out of the nether mine, the Yuxias didn't need to care about these rules. They could beat them if they wanted to. Come on. Lin Ling was not afraid at all as he looked at the Yuxia indifferently. The Yuxia had already raised his whip high and wanted to whip Lin Ling's arrogant soul to death. But he held back the next moment. Lin Ling had just arrived and his soul was not condensed yet. If he was beaten to death, it would be troublesome. He could not help but look into the distance. When he saw the 3-headed 6-armed Yuxia king looking at him, he did not dare to attack. Who told you to be arrogant? You're dead. The Yuxia glared angrily at Lin Ling and then ignored Lin Ling. Lin Ling dragged the nether stone and continued forward. The surrounding souls were whispering. This white-haired man was too bold. If he offended the Yuxia, he would suffer in the future. Baby! At first, the old man wanted to persuade him, but immediately, a soul beside him pulled him back and told him not to have anything to do with Lin Ling, lest he be implicated. The old man sighed softly and finally fell silent. Lin Ling also noticed this, but he did not care. After all, he would not stay in the nether mines for long. All the souls he knew were just passing clouds. Following the large group to hand in the oars, Lin Ling found a quiet place to rest. He seemed to be moving forward slowly, but in fact, he was secretly investigating. He discovered that the nether mine was an island-like continent that floated in midair. Above it was a huge meteorite vortex. Below the continent was a layer of gray clouds, but he didn't know. He did not know how far it was from the netherworld. It's him. Let's go. As Lin Ling moved forward, all the souls he encountered avoided him, afraid that they would be implicated by Lin Ling. I reckon that white-haired man will definitely suffer. They whispered as they left. They thought that Lin Ling did not hear them, but Lin Ling heard them all. He sneered and found a quiet mountain and sat cross-legged at the foot of the mountain. Around him, there were no souls. They seemed to know who Lin Ling had offended and did not dare to get too close to Lin Ling. This was even more convenient for Lin Ling. Indeed, not long after, a Yuxia came with a few souls. Papa. The Yuxia's pace was not fast. With every step, the lightning whip lashed out at the ground, causing dust to fly. This sound was undoubtedly very stressful. Any soul knew that the Yuxia was about to teach someone a lesson. So you were hiding here. Moments later, the Yuxia arrived in front of Lin Ling. It looked coldly at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged. Do you think I can't find you if you hide here? How dare you resist me in my territory? It seems that I'll have to give you a few hundred lashes. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I brought the soul congregation tree. It can allow your soul to recover continuously. Then I'll beat you continuously and let you experience the pain of having your soul scattered. The Yuxia kept talking. Its fangs flashed as it laughed happily. Hee hee, Lin Ling, you're dead. Why don't you kneel and beg for mercy? If you lick Lord Yuxia's butt, he might be in a good mood and spare you a few lashes. The Yuxia's followers laughed gloatingly. Lick butt? It seems that you have licked a lot of butt. At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced at the souls and gave them a fright. They only dared to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling because they followed the Yuxia. If they faced him alone, they would probably have to kneel and beg for mercy. Lin Ling, you're not afraid. When the Yuxia saw that Lin Ling's reaction was calm, he was undoubtedly very surprised. In the nether mining area, which soul was not afraid of him? And this Lin Ling knew that he was coming, but his reaction was so calm? Why should I be afraid? Lin Ling slowly stood up and said, Why do you think I'm looking for this quiet place? Are you hiding from me? The Yuxia frowned and said in a low voice, You're thinking too much. I'm thinking that if I kill you here, no one will find out. Lin Ling stepped forward, his eyes revealing killing intent. What? The Yuxia's pupils constricted. As for the few souls that were following him, their bodies trembled. Killed the Yuxia? After so many years in the nether mining area, they had never seen anyone who dared to kill a Yuxia. What's more, could it be done? Not to mention Lin Ling, this new soul, even if it was a soul that had been here for thousands of years, it would not be able to touch the Yuxia. Ha ha ha. The Yuxia laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. It was undeniable that although the souls of the dead had lost their memories, they were born with pride and did not feel that they were slaves. Chapter 50:10. Demon Subduing Break. At this time, Lin Ling shouted. A terrifying soul force rushed towards the Yuxia, and the cosmic ray sealed it. Ha 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 ha. The Yuxia was still laughing, but its expression suddenly changed. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Why did this Lin Ling have such a powerful method? Your memories haven't been scattered. The Yuxia roared in horror. Any powerful soul that entered the underworld would have to go through 3 trials. The 3 trials were used to scatter the soul and memories, making the powerful soul force of the past disappear. However, the Yuxia discovered that Lin Ling had a soul force method. This meant that Lin Ling still had his memories. This was the first soul he had encountered in the underworld mining area that still had his memories. You're right, I still have my memories. Lin Ling sneered, and a powerful soul force blasted out. Now, his soul force couldn't be compared to the past, but it was still stronger than any soul in the underworld mining area. This was because when he recovered his memories, he also obtained a small part of his soul force. Moreover, he had devoured many souls. Ah no! The Yuxia roared in horror. His soul was swept by the cosmic ray, and it was on the verge of collapse. What happened? However, his shout seemed to have attracted the attention of the distant Yuxia. Seeing this, Lin Ling was anxious. He urged all his soul force. If this didn't work, he would have to use the Sword of Faith. However, the Sword of Faith was not soul force. Once it was used, it would inevitably be discovered by the Yuxia in the underworld mining area. This was the reason why Lin Ling didn't use it in the beginning. Answer me! The voice came from the distance again. It seemed that the Yuxia were flying over. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This was extremely urgent. Die! He roared, and then he heard the sound of glass shattering. The Yuxia's soul was crushed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Ling pounced on the Yaksha, and his soul entered his body. Just as his soul disappeared, two Yakshas appeared above the mountain peak in the blink of an eye. They were even taller and stronger, looking down at Lin Ling and the others. What happened? One of the Yakshas frowned. However, Lin Ling remained silent. He was still controlling the Yaksha's body. Something's not right. The two Yakshas let out a sound and flew down. They looked at the few souls behind Lin Ling, and the few souls were already scared silly. Their bodies were trembling. What did they see before? Seeing that the white-haired man had killed the Yaksha, he rushed into the Yaksha's body. Oh my God, what is this thing? They had been here for 1,000 years, and this was the first time they had seen such a terrifying thing. However, although they were trembling, the two Yakshas were used to it. It was a common occurrence for souls to tremble when they saw them. It's fine, I'm just teaching them a lesson. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He controlled the Yaksha's body and looked at the two Yakshas indifferently. Oh! So that's how it is. The two Yakshas didn't suspect anything. They nodded and were about to leave with their electric whips. However, after taking a few steps, they suddenly turned around and looked at the few souls. Which one of you was beaten up? Previously, Lin Ling didn't beat them at all. He was just looking for an excuse. Now that he heard the Yaksha's question, Lin Ling became nervous. He immediately looked at the few souls and said, "Stand out." His voice sounded cold, but he was still very nervous. If these souls betrayed him, with his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to escape from this place. Most importantly, he didn't want the underworld to know that he, Lin Ling, still had his memories. Otherwise, he would definitely be captured and imprisoned in some place, or even studied by the underworld. This. The few souls trembled. They looked at the two Yakshas and then looked at Lin Ling. However, when their eyes met Lin Ling's, a terrifying chill rushed into their hearts. It was very cold. It was a billowing killing intent. It was threatening them. If they dared to speak nonsense, they would die on the spot. It's me. Finally, one of the souls walked out and said, "I made the Lord unhappy, so he beat me." The two Yakshas looked at the soul from head to toe. In the end, they couldn't find anything and left in big strides. Phew! Seeing that they had left, Lin Ling finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at the few souls coldly. Plop! The few souls immediately knelt down and kowtowed continuously. "My lord, please spare us, we didn't see anything." They shouted at the same time. Lin Ling wanted to kill them, but he felt that he was unfamiliar with this place and might be seen through. Therefore, he decided to keep them alive. "Remember what you said. You didn't see anything. Otherwise, I will make sure that you will never be able to speak again," Lin Ling said coldly. I know, I didn't see anything before this. Nothing happened before this," the few souls hurriedly replied. "Let's go back." Lin Ling took a big step forward and led the way. He returned to the meteorite vortex and watched over everything. As for those few souls, they followed behind Lin Ling, not daring to even let out a fart. "You, come here and tell me about this mine." Lin Ling stood there quietly for a moment. When he saw that there was nothing unusual, he asked calmly. The soul didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything he knew. This mine was one of the mines in the underworld. The ruler of this mine was the three-headed and six-armed Yaksha king. However, the Yakshas weren't familiar with each other. Usually, if the Yakshas wanted to rest, they could just find a cave by themselves. This made Lin Ling feel relieved. He was most afraid that the Yakshas would gather for a meeting or something like that. At that time, he would inevitably be exposed. "Is there any way out of this mine?" Lin Ling asked again. Although he had obtained the body of a Yaksha, he knew that he shouldn't stay in this place for long. After all, Lin Ling was an important criminal in the underworld. Every once in a while, someone would definitely come to investigate him. There's no way out, unless there's some good fortune. If you leave from this place, there's the dark clouds outside. If the Yakshas rush out of the dark clouds, they will die. So, this place is sealed? This we don't know either. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't believe that there wasn't a way out. There must be, but these souls didn't know about it. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to supervise the souls while secretly searching the mine. However, the mine was empty. Other than the meteorite vortex, there were only dark clouds in the surroundings. Time was running out. The Xianxia king would come to find Lin Ling at any time. However, one day, Lin Ling saw a place that seemed to be the way out. It was the crater of a volcano. However, from time to time, the soul congregation tree would float up from the crater for the Xianxias to cultivate. If ordinary souls obtained it and refined it, their souls would be more condensed. What attracted Lin Ling's attention wasn't the soul congregation tree, but the crater of the volcano, because it seemed to lead to another place. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to secretly investigate the crater of the volcano. Finally, he prepared to escape from the crater of the volcano. However, on this day, the news of his disappearance spread. The entire mine was in an uproar. A large number of Xianxias were searching for him among the souls. Fortunately, no one knew that he had obtained the body of a Xianxia. Chapter 50:11. As soon as he entered the volcano, Lin Ling felt a wave of warmth. It was very comfortable and made his soul more condensed. He looked around and found that the volcano was not dark. The walls were full of colorful rocks, sparkling and translucent. It was very magical. Moreover, there were small grasses growing on the walls. They swayed gently and gave off a very pleasant smell. It's the soul congregation trees. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had killed a Xianxia not long ago, and he had many soul-amassing trees. This mysterious tree seemed to be a special product of the underworld. It could condense one's soul, and if one carried it, one's soul would not dissipate. Of course, Lin Ling urgently needed powerful treasures to restore his soul. Therefore, he had refined those soul congregation trees. Now, his soul had recovered 20% of its original strength. Now that he saw these soul congregation trees, he naturally wanted to collect them. He's running away. He's down there. But at this moment, he vaguely heard a voice coming from the top of the volcano. The Xianxias had found him. The Xianxia king was probably there. The Xianxia king was very powerful. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for him. Run! Lin Ling did not have time to collect the soul congregation trees. He quickly rushed down. Rumble! He sped up and a strong wind blew. If not for the soul congregation trees and the Xianxia body that Lin Ling had taken, Lin Ling's soul would have been blown away. My strength is not as strong as before. My soul is much weaker. Even so, Lin Ling could sense that his soul was unstable and he felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Ling, speed up. They're catching up. Guang Chengzi's voice came. Do you need our help? But I'm afraid the god of the underworld will notice us if you release us. After all, he controls the underworld. If there's a powerful external force, he will definitely notice it. Although Lin Ling had never seen the god of the underworld, he had opposed the god of the underworld many times when he was alive. He was a wanted criminal. Not now. Lin Ling also knew this. Although he was being hunted, the pursuer was only the Xianxia king. If the god of the underworld chased after him, he could only wait to be captured. Strange. How did they discover me so quickly? Lin Ling was puzzled at the same time. Normally, even if a soul betrayed him, it would still take some time to find him. How could Xianxia king know that he was in the volcanic cave? It is indeed a little strange. Guang Chengzi also felt that the timing did not match. It's the end. At this time, Lin Ling said in a low voice. The Xianxia moved its body and stood firmly on the ground. It looked around and then gasped. That was because the bottom of the volcano was filled with soul-amassing trees, and they were even older than the ones on the volcano walls. What a pity. If I wasn't being hunted down, I would have collected them all. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. Ignoring the soul congregation trees around him, he randomly chose a direction and sprinted forward. The bottom of the volcano was huge, and with a large number of soul congregation trees, they could probably shake off their pursuers. Because the soul congregation trees had the ability to gather souls, Lin Ling's soul could hide in them and prevent the Xianxia king from spying on him. Just when Lin Ling thought that he was safe, Guang Chengzi suddenly warned him. Lin Ling, something is wrong. They have caught up with us. They are right behind us. Damn it, they must know where I am. They have checked something on me. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. It's your forehead, Guang Chengzi suddenly said. A strange mark appeared on the forehead of Lin Ling's soul. It seems that every soul has this mark. Lin Ling thought of the souls in the underworld mining area. They all had this mark. I guess this is a way of controlling souls in the underworld. Every soul that enters the underworld has this mark. Most of them rely on this mark to reincarnate. Guang Chengzi guessed. This thing is too troublesome. If I can't shake it off, the pursuers will keep following me. Lin Ling, shake them off for now. If you can't shake them off, use the sword of faith to fight. Hearing Guang Chengzi's suggestion, Lin Ling nodded and ran again. He walked like this for 10 hours. If it weren't for the soul congregation trees, Lin Ling's soul would have been exhausted. Now that he was in the state of a soul, even with the protection of the Yuxia body, he was still much weaker than his original body. The wind would be cold, the sun would be hot, and the long-distance running would tire his soul out. This is... After walking for a long time, Lin Ling suddenly stopped. He saw a huge tower-like tree in front of him. This tree was colorful and dense with branches. A large number of corpses were hanging from it. It was extremely strange. Oh my God, this is the king of the soul congregation trees. Guang Chengzi exclaimed in shock. Can I harvest it? Lin Ling licked his lips. With this tree, he estimated that he could recover 40% of his soul power. Yes, you can dig out the roots. Guang Chengzi instructed. Lin Ling rushed over and dug out the roots. To his surprise, although the tree looked huge, it was not difficult to dig out the roots. In just a quarter of an hour, the whole tree collapsed. After the tree collapsed, the dried corpses on the branches fell to the ground and gradually turned into dust. The giant tree shrank and turned into the size of an ordinary branch. Then, Lin Ling put it on his shoulder. Lin Ling, run, they are approaching again. Guang Chengzi's voice came just as he got the king of the soul congregation trees and had not had time to refine it. Moreover, after the tree fell, the surroundings underwent a heaven-shaking and earth-shattering change. Especially the place where the tree was planted, a huge crack appeared. Lin Ling moved closer and looked around. He could not help but gasp. In the depths of the crack, a large number of toads could be faintly seen. They were piled up like mountains, layer upon layer. Furthermore, the originally motionless toads began to open their eyes one by one. Run, these things are not ordinary. Guang Chengzi could not see what they were, but he sensed a terrifying aura gushing out from the crack. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Without wasting any time, he chose a direction and rushed forward. Not long after Lin Ling disappeared, a large number of Yuxias appeared. They closed their eyes and seemed to be able to sense Lin Ling's aura. Then they said, "My lord, he has been here." The three-headed, six-armed Yuxia king's face was extremely cold. Damn it, he has opened the seal. A large number of dark toads will rush out. This place is going to be plunged into misery and suffering. This hell is going to be unstable. Go after him. Then, the Yuxia king roared angrily. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was still running while carrying the tree. He was panicking and did not know where to go at all. Most importantly, he was being chased by the soldiers behind him, which made him very angry. It seemed that if he did not get rid of the mark on his body, his whereabouts would be tracked by the underworld at any time. Now, the Yuxia king did not dare to report Lin Ling to the higher-ups of the underworld for fear of being punished. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have been caught by the Yuxia king. After all, the underworld was not Lin Ling's territory. Chapter 50:12. Lin Ling nodded his head and increased his speed as he jumped into the hole. In the hole, the wind was extremely fierce. Luckily, Lin Ling was carrying the soul-gathering tree, so he was safe and sound. His body continued to fall as if he was falling into an abyss. At this moment, on the other side, there was a lonely land filled with rocks and no plants. Only the ground had light flickering from time to time. Looking carefully, these light rays were seeds that were as thick as a thumb. These were the seeds of the soul-gathering tree, which was also a huge treasure. Of course, in terms of nourishing souls, it could not be compared to the soul-gathering tree. Looking at the ground again, there were a large number of souls walking around, constantly collecting souls on the ground. Senior brother Lin, look, I found another seed. In one direction, a lady happily picked up the seed on the ground. Haha, junior sister, your eyes are still the best. A man in a green robe could not help but laugh. He looked up at the huge island in the sky and said with respect, Although this Avicii hell is very dangerous, the treasures here are much more than the other hells. Yes, as long as we complete the mission and collect 36 seeds, we can return to the sect. The lady said happily. Xiao. But at this moment, a sharp black needle came and pierced through the man's head. His soul seemed to shrink and was sucked into the black needle. Junior sister, save me. The man let out a painful cry. Unfortunately, it was of no use. In the end, his soul dissipated. Ah! The lady screamed in fear. Her senior brother was dead and his soul dissipated. He did not even have the chance to reincarnate and disappeared in the universe forever. Hee, are you Fairy Xia from Wu Yun's sect? At this moment, a skinny man walked over. He was the one who released the black needle. It's you, Yadu from the rotten race. The lady looked at the skinny man with fear in her eyes. The rotten race was an extremely famous god in the universe. After they died, they entered the underworld and were extremely united. Although they were not enemies with Wu Yun's sect, their relationship was extremely ordinary. She did not expect that this man called Yadu would dare to kill her senior brother. What are you trying to do? The woman silently took a step back. I've long coveted your soul. Let's dual cultivate our souls and increase our strength. If we can obtain good fortune, then we can be reincarnated. Why should we stay in this place that is neither human nor ghost? The thin man licked his lips as he walked. His appearance was extremely ugly. His mouth was sharp, and he had the face of a horse. Moreover, his body was filthy and incomparably smelly. No, I won't. This woman obviously knew Yadu and knew that he was lusting after her beauty. If they were in the sect, Yadu wouldn't dare to mess around, but in this place, there was no sect to take care of him, so Yadu would probably do anything. However, this woman called Fairy Xia was indeed beautiful. Even though she was just a soul, her skin was as white as snow and her facial features were exquisite. Paired with her pink dress, she was like an otherworldly fairy. Hee, Fairy Xia, don't worry, it won't hurt. It's very comfortable. Yadu licked his lips and moved closer to the woman. However, at this moment, a humming sound came from the sky. Then, a huge object fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Then, a dark gray Xianxia with sharp fangs slowly crawled up. Not good, Xianxia. Yadu's expression changed. Fairy Xia also knew that things were going to be troublesome. At the same time, the Xianxia also saw the two people. However, he immediately looked at the huge island above his head and his expression changed drastically. He knew that they had smashed into the ground from the netherworld mining area through the underground hole. Then, he looked at Yadu and the woman with cold eyes. Universe 3 Extreme Destruction. He didn't say a word. Instead, a powerful cosmic ray shot out. Sir, no. Yadu felt that a terrifying soul attack was coming, causing his soul to tremble. Subconsciously, he activated the black needle, wanting to kill the Xianxia. You don't know what's good for you. The Xianxia coldly spat out a sentence, and the cosmic ray shot out completely. Boom! A crisp sound was heard. Yadu's soul dissipated. However, what was strange was that although his soul had been destroyed, he was still standing in the same place. Upon closer inspection, one could see that only the surface layer of his soul was left. The inside was already empty. I'll take your soul. The Xianxia suddenly collapsed, and the figure of a white-haired man rushed out from it and then shot into Yadu's soul. Ah! What's going on? Fairy Xia, who was beside him, was already frightened. She sat on the ground, trembling as she witnessed everything. At this time, the ugly Yadu opened his eyes and looked at Fairy Xia indifferently. Just one glance was enough to make Fairy Xia feel cold all over. Where is this place? Yadu asked coldly. He was Lin Ling. This is the Avicii hell. Fairy Xia immediately said. What are you doing here? Lin Ling asked again. Fairy Xia didn't dare to hide anything and told him everything she knew. It turned out that there were many sects in the Avicii hell. Below the island, because the seeds of the soul-gathering tree were scattered from time to time, the sects would gather disciples to collect them at a certain time as a sect mission. Take me away. After Lin Ling learned of everything, he immediately ordered. You won't kill me, right? Fairy Xia said nervously. If you don't leave now, you'll die. Lin Ling looked at the huge island above his head and knew that danger was coming at any time. he said coldly. Don't kill me. I'll take you, I'll take you. Fairy Xia quickly nodded. Lin Ling rushed to Yuxia's side, carried the soul-gathering tree king, and then left with Fairy Xia. He knew that Yuxia King knew that he had disappeared and would definitely find this land. That was why he had abandoned Yuxia's body. However, carrying the soul-gathering tree was too eye-catching, so he planned to find a place to refine it and then think of a way to leave. And along the way, Lin Ling also encountered quite a few sect disciples. What was strange was that they all mainly cultivated the soul and did not have any divine essence themselves. What kind of god were you before? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask Fairy Xia. Unfortunately, Fairy Xia shook her head. Those who entered the underworld had long lost their memories of when they were alive. Even the giant gods of the universe were the same. It seems that after entering the underworld, it's like entering a new world. My soul has also started a new life. Lin Ling thought to himself. Rest in the cave in front. After a long time, Lin Ling pointed ahead. This land was even more vast. If Yuxia King and the others wanted to find Lin Ling, they would need more time. In addition, Lin Ling had abandoned Yuxia's body, which made it even more difficult for Yuxia King and the others. Therefore, Lin Ling planned to refine the soul-gathering tree king. Fairy Xia was a little hesitant. She was truly afraid of this mysterious man. There was no one in the cave. If this man did anything to her, then even the heavens would not be able to respond. She knew that she was beautiful, and she also knew that many people wanted to dual cultivate their souls with her. This man couldn't be thinking the same thing, right? Chapter 50:13. The cave was silent. Outside, there were souls wandering around, collecting the seeds of the soul-gathering tree. However, Fairy Xia did not dare to shout. She was afraid that this white-haired man would kill her. She kept staring at Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling's ugly face, sharp teeth, long face and smelly body. She became more and more uneasy. However, as time passed, she found that Lin Ling did not even look at her. He was still refining the soul-gathering tree king. This made Fairy Xia gradually calm down. She thought to herself, who is this person? Is he a Yuxia? Or a ghost? Also, how did he get the soul-gathering tree? Her initial fear gradually turned into curiosity. If it was a soul, then this soul was too powerful. After all, she knew that Yuxias were netherworld soldiers controlled by the netherworld god. No one had ever dared to attack a Yuxia. Even their sect leader would be respectful when meeting a Yuxia. However, she did not dare to think about it anymore. When dealing with a fugitive like this, if she knew too much, she would die even faster. Lin Ling did not know what she was thinking. Even if he knew, he would not care. He was fully focused on refining the soul-gathering tree king. The soul-gathering tree in his hand was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if it was being burned, but no flames could be seen. After a long time, the soul-gathering tree was finally burned to ashes. Lin Ling's soul power had recovered by more than 40%. Lin Ling, your soul power has recovered. Ordinary netherworld soldiers are probably no match for you. Guang Chengzi sensed Lin Ling's soul power and could not help but feel happy for Lin Ling. I was just lucky. However, Lin Ling was not happy at all. He looked outside the cave, and a cold murderous intent filled the air. I still have to go back. I, Lin Ling, will take revenge for the destruction of my sect. His voice was not loud, but it suddenly made the cave colder. Fairy Xia, who was in the depths of the cave, trembled. Sure enough, this was a fugitive who killed people like flies. I know you will definitely kill Yin Wanguang and destroy the holy city of the sea. However, the Silver Moon clan is very powerful. Their god ancestor is more powerful than me. I guess he is as powerful as Dipankara Buddha of the three holy gates of the Divine Mountain, your master Patriarch Bodhi. Guang Chengzi explained. Patriarch Bodhi is not my master. He is my benefactor. Lin Ling shook his head and said, no matter what the Silver Moon clan is, if they dare to kill my friends and family, I will kill them. At this moment, Guang Chengzi said, right, you are now in the underworld. Perhaps you can find the souls of your wife and the others. If you have the power to bring them out of here, they can be revived. However, after they are revived, they will not have a physical body. They will have to replace them in the universe. They have reconstructed their bodies. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right, he was in the underworld. As long as Yu and the others were not reincarnated, he could find them. Moreover, even if they were reincarnated, as long as Lin Ling had a way to get their memories, he could restore them. As for the physical body, Lin Ling could create it in the universe. Longyang's physical body had been destroyed, but Lin Ling had created it. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart burned with the flames of war. However, if you want to take them with you in the netherworld, your strength must be very, very strong. Now that you don't have a physical body, even if your soul power has become stronger, it will be difficult for you to use your original strength. Guang Chengzi said. If only there was a way to get a physical body. Unfortunately, these Xianxia's physical bodies are too weak. It is difficult for them to cultivate divine origin. They can only cultivate nether chi. Lin Ling sighed. Don't worry. The netherworld is very big. It has 18 levels of hell and the final netherworld. You will find a suitable physical body sooner or later. Guang Chengzi comforted him. Lin Ling nodded. He also found that the netherworld was very big. It was not weaker than the Dao Pagoda, but the master here was the underworld god. The netherworld can control any giant god of the universe. It seems that the underworld god's strength surpasses Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Lin Ling pondered and then asked. Not necessarily. The underworld god is the most powerful in the netherworld, but outside, his strength is at most slightly stronger than Patriarch Bodhi and the others. Guang Qingzi said, the netherworld is actually one of the great universes, but it is not an independent one. It is together with the oldest chaos realm. Of course, the chaos realm is very majestic. Even if the underworld god controls a part of it, his strength is still very strong. Strong as the heavens. Hearing this, Lin Ling understood and then stopped thinking about it. He looked at Fairy Xia in the depths of the cave. With just a glance, Fairy Xia's expression changed greatly. Take me out of here, Lin Ling said coldly. He already knew that this was the Avicii hell, but it was too close to the Nethermine and would be easily discovered by the Xianxia king. Only by leaving this area would he be safe. Of course, if he could leave the Avicii hell, it would be even safer. At that time, he would have time to deal with the underworld mark on him. Okay, as long as you don't kill me, anything is fine, Fairy Xia said nervously. Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, and he was not afraid of Fairy Xia's tricks. He immediately walked out of the cave, and Fairy Xia followed nervously behind Lin Ling. If you want to return to the sect, you must collect enough soul-gathering tree seeds. Fairy Xia hesitated for a long time and then said softly, I have them. You just need to lead the way. Lin Ling replied coldly. He had obtained the soul-gathering tree king before and had a large number of seeds. Naturally, he could complete the task. Hearing this, Fairy Xia no longer hesitated and led Lin Ling forward. After a long time, a black circle of light appeared in front of them. It lay flat on the ground, and it was very large and constantly wriggling. We're here. We can leave this place and return to the sect, Fairy Xia said happily when she saw the circle of light. Lin Ling did not say anything and gestured for Fairy Xia to lead the way. A large number of souls entered the black circle of light. They were all disciples of the sect who had completed the task. Lin Ling was already used to the fact that there were sects in the underworld. He knew that they wanted to cultivate and obtain good fortune so that they could be reincarnated as soon as possible. Of course, with Fairy Xia's explanation, he knew that there were people in the underworld who had cultivated a physical body and become the underworld god's people. After a while, Lin Ling followed Fairy Xia into the circle of light. Then, his soul shook and he appeared on a plain. This place was similar to the outside world, but the sky was very dark, causing the plants and mountains to be dark as well. It made one feel a little depressed. Fairy Xia. Someone saw Fairy Xia and immediately shouted. Then, a large number of souls floated over. Lin Ling looked carefully and found that these souls were all wearing the same clothes. They seemed to be the robes that represented the sect. An old woman stared at Fairy Xia and was very happy. Then she frowned and looked at Lin Ling. It's Yadu. Fairy Xia's sect recognized Yadu. Where's your senior brother? Also, why are you with Yadu? The old woman looked at Fairy Xia and asked. Lin Ling sensed that this old woman was very strong. She was even stronger than an ordinary underworld weapon. Chapter 50:14. It's like this. We met the disciples of other sections. They wanted to dual cultivate with me. My senior brother was killed in order to protect me. But Yadu suddenly came and saved me. Fairy Xia did not expose Lin Ling in the end. Is that so? The old woman felt strange as she looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Yadu, isn't he usually not serious? Why did he suddenly save junior sister Xia? Moreover, Yadu is too quiet today. The surrounding senior and junior brothers all knew about Yadu, so they looked at Lin Ling suspiciously. Lin Ling did not care at all. He had already left the nether mines and could leave at any time. What did other people's suspicions have to do with him? In the end, the old woman ignored them. However, at this time, a dozen Yikshaws walked over. They looked at the sect leaders and asked, "Did you see anyone suspicious?" These Yikshaws had actually come out before Lin Ling and were searching for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and he remained silent. "May I know who you are looking for?" A sect leader asked. "A white-haired man. His name is Lin Ling." The Yaksha waved his right hand and his soul force formed a portrait. It was a white-haired man with a cold expression. However, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Only Fairy Xia's pupils trembled violently. Sure enough, this white-haired man had escaped from the nether mines. Heavens, this was the first time she had seen a soul escape from the nether mines. Since there is no one, forget it. Remember, if you see anyone suspicious, immediately inform us. Seeing that they did not find anything, the Yakshas left and went to another place to ask. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He was about to leave when he saw the old woman looking at him strangely. She seemed to be suspicious of him. He was not afraid of the old woman or the Yakshas. However, if he was discovered, there would be more experts chasing after him. This was not something he wanted to see. Moreover, the Yakshas had already searched this place. Perhaps it would not be long before the Yaksha king arrived. With the mark of the underworld on him, he would be discovered very soon. Yadu, thank you for saving me. However, just as the old woman was suspecting Lin Ling, Fairy Xia suddenly took the initiative to speak, causing the old woman and the others to frown. Could it really be Yadu? Master, Yadu saved me. I want to thank him and take him to find the people. Meanwhile, Fairy Xia gazed at the old woman as she spoke. Even though the old woman was puzzled, she didn't stop her. Under Fairy Xia's lead, Lin Ling finally left the crowd of sects. Hurry up and leave. My master and the others are already suspecting you. If you continue to stay here, you will definitely be in danger. To be. To toe. To be. Why are you helping me? Although you give me a very scary feeling, I feel that you are not an unforgivable evil person. You must have something you want to do. That's why you are so heartless. Fairy Xia smiled. Lin Ling was silent. He turned and left. Fairy Xia looked at Lin Ling's back. She felt very strange. Although she had not spent much time with Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling was cold and heartless, she did not know why she felt very safe when she was by Lin Ling's side. Sigh. Then she sighed. She knew that it would be difficult to see Lin Ling again. Lin Ling followed the mountain range. Along the way, he avoided many dead souls. He even avoided a few yakshas. He realized that there were many souls in this level of hell. It was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling, that little beauty is interested in you. Guang Chengzi's voice sounded. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Ling almost scolded him. Guang Chengzi was still paying attention to these things at a time like this. I'm not talking nonsense. Don't you know that cold men are fatally attractive to some women? Guang Chengzi continued to laugh. Then you can be cold. There are many fairies pursuing you. Lin Ling said unhappily. Lin Ling, bad news. The Yaksha king is coming this way. He found you. Guang Chengzi wanted to liven up the atmosphere. But soon, his voice became serious. It seems that the underworld mark is a ticking time bomb. If I don't destroy it, I won't be able to escape from their sight. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He sped up and ran along the mountain range. Lin Ling, there are many yakshas chasing you. They are coming from all directions. Guang Chengzi's voice became even more anxious. Lin Ling's heart sank. He thought that after leaving the bottom of the volcano, he would be free to fly. Who knew that it would be easier for him to be hunted down? Perhaps the Yaksha king and the others would be able to detect Lin Ling's aura in this plane. Guangchengzi, is there no way to escape? Lin Ling asked anxiously. There are Yakshas coming from all directions. There is no way to escape. They have already locked onto you. I estimate that they will arrive here within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Guangchengzi's voice was serious. He knew that a great battle was inevitable. However, if a great battle broke out, it would be equivalent to letting the underworld know about Lin Ling's strength. Even if Lin Ling was lucky enough to escape, more experts would come to surround Lin Ling. Just as Lin Ling was about to fight to the death, the earth suddenly shook. The whole hell was rolling and cracking. Terrifying auras rushed out from the ground, turning into locust-like shadows and spreading across the earth. It's those toads! Guangchengzi exclaimed when he saw this. So many of them! Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. They did not see more toads rushing out from other places. After these toads rushed out, they immediately began to devour souls as if they were feeding on souls. It was clear that Lin Ling had pulled out the Soul Congregation Tree King, causing the seal to loosen, allowing these toads to rush out. The entire Avicii hell shook at this moment. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking. Not good, the Avicii hell is reforming. Everyone, leave immediately. Not to mention the souls, even the Yakshas were terrified. They wanted to leave this hell. Because everyone knew that hell had collapsed. Gua gua gua. In the distance, a large number of sects were devoured. Entire countries were destroyed. Run! All the souls ran in one direction. That was the road to another hell. Lin Ling, this is a good chance. On Lin Ling's side, Guangchengzi also sensed that the surrounding world was collapsing. He immediately laughed. Looking at the Yakshas that rushed at Lin Ling, they had all fled. Some were drowned by the toads and had their souls devoured. Break out of this hell! Lin Ling hurriedly ran forward. Ah, save me! No! Hell is collapsing. Looking behind Lin Ling, a large number of voices rang out. The earth had shattered and countless souls had died in the toads' mouths. It could be called Hell on Earth. Chapter 50:15. Hurry up and run! The deafening voice was still echoing behind them. A large number of souls rushed towards a conveyor belt. This conveyor belt was a huge bronze door that led to another hell. Looking behind them, the entire hell was collapsing. The toads that rushed out had covered the entire hell. According to legend, these toads were formed from the souls of hell. Because they were dissatisfied with hell, their resentment did not diminish, so they had always wanted to destroy hell. This was not the first time that hell had collapsed. It had happened before in the distant past. Later on, the underworld had sent out a large number of experts to suppress and seal the toads. Only then was hell at peace. Now, history was repeating itself. Damn it, who opened the seal? This person has done a lot of harm. When hell is reorganized, we must find this person. The underworld's higher-ups were discussing and seemed to be very angry. However, Lin Ling did not know any of this. Even if he knew, he would only laugh coldly. He followed the large number of souls and rushed towards the bronze door. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, so their speed was very slow. At this time, a large number of souls were squeezed out and fell into the broken hell behind them. Finally, their souls dissipated. Fortunately, Lin Ling's soul was strong and no one could squeeze him out. He also took the time to look behind him and found that the sky was filled with toads. The ground and sky were all swallowed up. It was terrifying. These toads not only devoured souls, but also everything in hell. I must use the chaos to enter another hell. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and squeezed the souls in front of him again, trying to enter the bronze door as soon as possible. During this process, Lin Ling also saw that some Yakshas had noticed him. Unfortunately, the surroundings were too chaotic. Those Yakshas could not catch Lin Ling at all. I have occupied another person's body, but these Yakshas can still sense me. It seems that it is really dangerous if the underworld mark is not opened. Lin Ling finally squeezed through the bronze door and disappeared. The bronze door was densely packed with souls, all of them trying to enter another hell. A moment later, a Yaksha king arrived with a large number of Yakshas. They had whips in their hands and whipped everyone in front of them away, opening a path to the green door. A path to the bronze door. My lord, someone saw Lin Ling. He occupied the body of a soul and entered the bronze door. A Yaksha said to the Yaksha king, "Bastard!" The Yaksha king cursed. "Even if the Avicii has collapsed, this is not a big deal. Lin Ling is a big deal. He is the person that the god of the underworld asked for. How can we explain this to the god of the underworld? My lord, you can't blame us for this. The collapse of the Avicii hell led to our failure. If the god of the underworld knew about this, he definitely wouldn't blame us." A Yaksha king. Hearing this, the Yaksha king wasn't angry. He pondered for a moment, and the expression on all three of his heads changed drastically. It's Lin Ling. He destroyed this hell. Apparently, he remembered what happened at the bottom of the volcano. One of the soul-gathering trees that sealed the toad was uprooted. Then, he closed his eyes and communicated with the underworld elite. After a moment of silence, a furious voice said, "Capture Lin Ling no matter what." "Yes." The Yaksha king nodded. Although Lin Ling had escaped to another hell, he would be captured sooner or later as long as he had the mark of the underworld. However, it would take him a long time. "Let's go." The Yaksha king led the Yakshas into the bronze door. On the other side, Lin Ling walked out of the bronze door and saw many souls walking out. All of them looked like they had just survived a calamity, but when they saw the new hell, they were also at a loss. This place was similar to the Avicii. However, the sky was blood red and the ground was covered with dried bones. It was a desolate and uninhabited place. The mountains and water here were blood red. It was very strange. His soul immediately felt minuscule when it was inside. "Let's go." Lin Ling didn't stop. He chose a direction and started running. Now that hell had collapsed, it would take Yaksha king a lot of time to catch Lin Ling. This was the best time for Lin Ling to get out of here. After a long time, Lin Ling sat down at the foot of a hill. His soul was exhausted. He looked at Yadu's soul and saw that cracks had appeared. It seemed that he couldn't hold on for much longer. "Lin Ling, if you don't get rid of the mark of the underworld, it's useless no matter how far you run," Guang Chengzi said. "It's a pity that the mark of the underworld is one of the great laws of the underworld. It's very difficult to get rid of it. Unless you have another great universe to fight against it, and that universe has to be comparable to the underworld. In the current world, the Chaos Realm and the Tao Realm have such power. The universes of other deities are not powerful enough." Lin Ling's face turned solemn when he heard that. How could he get rid of the mark of the underworld by using the great laws of the universe? He had to be in the Tao Realm. Right, the Tao Realm. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of something. When he first entered the city of myriad gods, the first place he went to was the graveyard. There he met the mysterious old man, and the old man told him to bury the gravestone under the snow maple tree, and buried the Tao regression heavenly mandate. At that time he felt strange. Now it seemed that the old man was aware that he was going to die. "My Tao realm is still in the cemetery under the snow maple tree. I remember the old man said that if I buried the Tao realm, even after death, I can return to the Tao pagoda." Lin Ling's body shook, and he quickly sensed it. At first, he didn't feel anything. But gradually, he sensed the aura of the Tao realm. In fact, it was the aura of the Tao realm. Although it was very weak, Lin Ling followed it like a vine to find a melon. He kept getting closer and closer to it. Finally, he completely found the buried heavenly Tao return position. "Come here." Lin Ling shouted and tried to summon the Tao realm to the underworld. Time seemed to freeze, but gradually, a palm-sized jade tablet appeared in Lin Ling's soul. It was the return to heavenly Tao seat. After the arrival of the Tao realm, the underworld mark in the depths of his soul burned like a flame and gradually disappeared. Success! Lin Ling was ecstatic. The Tao realm was the great law of the Tao realm. Now that it was used to resist the great law of the underworld, it could naturally wash away the underworld mark. Moreover, after the arrival of the Tao realm, Lin Ling was no longer under the jurisdiction of the underworld. Not good. At the same time, the upper echelons of the underworld exclaimed. Lin Ling disappeared. Chapter 50:16. Not long ago, the Avicii hell collapsed. Could it be that he died there? Send someone to investigate. The underworld was in turmoil. Lin Ling was not a nobody. He was the host of the will of the underworld and had offended the underworld. Therefore, the entire underworld was paying attention to him. "My lord, Lin Ling has disappeared." At the same time, the Yuxia king and his people appeared at the bronze gate. However, as soon as they appeared, one of the Yuxias exclaimed. The Yuxia king's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly tried to sense the situation, but found nothing. At the same time, the order of the underworld came. Lin Ling had disappeared, and they had to find Lin Ling no matter what. This is troublesome. I don't know if Lin Ling is alive or dead. The Yuxia king's 3 heads were full of solemnity, and so were the other Yuxias. According to common sense, if they could not sense the mark of the underworld, it meant that their souls had been destroyed. However, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. Therefore, even if their souls had been destroyed, they had to search for him. Search. Search. Search this hell. We must find Lin Ling. In the end, the Yuxia king had no choice but to split up and search for him. On the other side, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. He had an excited smile on his face. He had returned to the celestial realm, and the mark of the underworld had been removed. Lin Ling, how did you do it? Guang Qingzi was also astonished when he noticed this. It was a mysterious senior I met on the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda. Lin Ling roughly explained what had happened on the 3rd level. It seems that this old man knew that you would face such a great calamity in your life, so he helped you in advance. Guang Qingzi said solemnly. He thought of the mysterious Taoist in the square prison. He knew that the Taoist seemed to have sensed something and was secretly helping Lin Ling. My celestial realm has some treasures that can restore souls. I estimate that I can restore 50% of my soul power. Even if I meet the Yuxia king, I will not be afraid of him. Lin Ling stood up, looked around, and then strode forward. He pondered in his heart. Apart from the treasures of the celestial plane, it would be best if he could find treasures that could restore soul power in this layer of hell. Of course, the most important thing right now was to find a quiet place to recover 50% of his soul power. Yin Wan Guang, you think you can kill me forever, right? You didn't expect that I, Lin Ling, have already escaped from the shackles of the underworld and have begun to grow. Sooner or later, I will find you for revenge. As Lin Ling moved forwards, his soul emitted an icy chill. Continuing forward, Lin Ling's Fong Du shell finally shattered, dissipating like paper ash. However, Lin Ling didn't care. Now that he didn't have the netherworld mark, no one would recognize him even if he used his original appearance. Soon after, Lin Ling discovered that there were also many souls here. They were like lost spirits, constantly strengthening their souls in an attempt to give birth to a wisp of fortune and reincarnate. And these souls did not have their memories from when they were alive, so their growth was very slow. However, they knew how to devour each other. However, when they met Lin Ling, not only did they not succeed in devouring, but their souls were also devoured by Lin Ling. On this day, Lin Ling met a group of people. They seemed to be from a sect. In the underworld, there seemed to be the most number of sections. These so-called sects were in fact a group. They fought to not be devoured by other souls, so they united. Originally, Lin Ling wanted to devour this sect, but he discovered that there was an acquaintance in the sect. This person was the dragon god of the Dragon Valley. After seeing this person, Lin Ling's face changed dramatically. He knew that this was the son of the dragon god. In the past, Lin Ling had also come into contact with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's growth was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed to the peak of the 9 prefectures, so they had less contact after that. Although they weren't very familiar with each other, seeing him in this place, Lin Ling felt like he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. This was his friend. Moreover, after the fall of the dragon god, Lin Ling had promised the dragon god that he would bring all the dragons of the Dragon Valley out of the underworld. Who are you? Why are you staring at our sect leader? Seeing Lin Ling looking at him coldly, someone from the dragon god's side immediately said. It turned out that this dragon god had become a sect leader. Not talking, right? Kill him. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, those people immediately revealed their killing intent. In this underworld, the weak were prey to the strong. Either you die, or I die. However, Lin Ling still did not move. Wait. However, at this time, an indifferent voice interrupted everyone. Looking carefully, this person was their sect leader. Sect leader. Everyone was puzzled. Logically speaking, the sect leader was the most domineering. Based on this person's appearance, he would have already killed him. Let him go. The sect leader looked at Lin Ling indifferently and finally said. He didn't know why he had to let Lin Ling go, but he had a feeling that this white-haired man didn't want to kill them. Sect leader, you can't. At this time, an old man beside him shook his head and said, This person is very cold. He probably killed a lot of souls. He must have bad intentions for staring at us. If it wasn't for the fact that we have more people, he would have already attacked. We should kill such a soul. Moreover, his soul is very strong and can increase our strength. No. The sect leader shook his head. He still looked the same as before. He looked very young, but he also had his own aura, which was why he could suppress the souls around him. Hearing this, the old man's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say anything in the end. Let's go. The sect leader didn't say much and left with the people of the sect. Lin Ling looked at the dragon god indifferently. He knew that the other party didn't remember him at all. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's current strength was still not enough to dominate the underworld, so he couldn't take the dragon god away. Suddenly, he stared at the old man beside the dragon god, and his eyes instantly turned cold. Previously, after the old man was rejected by the dragon god, although he was silent, Lin Ling could sense that his eyes were filled with killing intent. This old man was obviously not satisfied with the dragon god. At the thought of this, Lin Ling hurriedly chased after him and said coldly, I want to join your sect. What? Hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Lin Ling in shock. They had spared Lin Ling because of the sect leader. In the end, this white-haired youth wanted to join them? Was this white-haired youth not afraid of being killed by them? Do you think that just anyone can join our sect? The old man beside the dragon god immediately shouted coldly. Although he didn't have the memories of his previous life, his personality had been passed down. No matter who he was in his previous life, after entering the underworld, most of his personality didn't change. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored him. Instead, he looked at the dragon god. Young Master Dragon God was looking at Lin Ling as well. He didn't know why, but even though it was his first time meeting the white-haired man, he felt that the white-haired man was very familiar. Moreover, when he met the white-haired man's gaze, he actually felt a sense of worship. Chapter 50:17. Approved. Everyone was shocked when they saw that the sect leader had agreed. This white-haired man was a stranger to them. Plus, he had a strange background. It was already good that they did not kill him. Why keep him alive? Sect leader. The elder beside him tried to persuade him. I have made up my mind. You don't have to say any more. Young Master Dragon God shook his head and strode forward. Everyone in the sect had a drastic change in expression. Their eyes flickered, and no one knew what they were thinking. Many people quietly looked at the Great Elder, but the Great Elder shook his head and said, Since this is the sect master's intention, then from now on, this person will belong to my Qilin sect. With that, the Grand Elder looked at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. However, Lin Ling ignored him and strode forward. How arrogant! Seeing Lin Ling's attitude, many people were unhappy. Let's go back. The Great Elder's reaction was calm as he led everyone forward. Lin Ling followed the sect and walked into the distance. If he joined the Qilin sect, he would be able to shake off the Yuxia soldiers and the others. Moreover, he would be able to protect young Master Dragon God at the same time. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling wanted to refine the treasures in the Dao Reversion Heavenly Seat to increase his soul force. Although Lin Ling did not have any contact with others, he knew that young Master Dragon God had established a sect called Qilin Sect. Moreover, it had been established for a long time. Lin Ling thought of the time when Dragon Valley was destroyed by the will of the world. Everything matched. As for the Great Elder, his name was Situ Han. As for the rest, Lin Ling did not have time to care about them. After entering Qilin Sect, Lin Ling realized that Qilin Sect was quite big. There were many souls gathered together to cultivate their souls. They wanted to obtain good fortune and reincarnate as soon as possible. It seems that if one wants to reincarnate, it depends on luck. Some people can reincarnate as soon as they enter the netherworld. Some people need a long time to reincarnate. I wonder if Yu and the rest have reincarnated. Lin Ling missed his family and friends. However, he knew that with his current strength, he could not find Yu and the rest. The only way was for his soul to become stronger. In the following days, Lin Ling rarely walked around Qilin Sect. He stayed in his house and refined the treasures in the Return to Heaven realm. Occasionally, he would help the sect clean the sect. He had the memories, and in fact, he had a large number of soul cultivation techniques and mystiques. However, he did not intend to spread them out. Time quietly passed. On this day, a figure appeared at Lin Ling's door. It was young noble dragon god. He stood quietly at the door and looked at Lin Ling, who was tidying up the room. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. Lin Ling was still tidying up the house as he spoke. Young noble dragon god finally asked after a long silence. Dragon god was the person with the strongest soul force in the sect. If anyone dared to slight him, he would be angry. However, after seeing Lin Ling's back, he finally fell silent. This white-haired man looked ordinary. But for some reason, every time he saw his figure, he would feel a sense of reverence in his heart. It was as if he had seen a senior that he had admired for a long time. The answer is in your heart. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice came over. The strange thing was that although this voice was very calm, when it landed in Dragon God's heart, it made his heart very calm. His soul also seemed to have condensed a little. The answer is in my heart? Dragon God muttered to himself. He seemed to understand, but he also seemed to not understand. Senior, why are you looking for me? Young noble Dragon God asked after a moment of contemplation. He believed that Lin Ling wouldn't join his sect for no reason. And this time, he used a respectful tone. When it's time to know, you will know. Lin Ling stopped and looked at Dragon God. All right, after this time, don't look for me if there's nothing. When you look for me again, it will be time for me to leave. Senior. Dragon God felt that the white-haired man was unfathomable. He only understood half of what he said. He clearly felt that it was nonsense, but he felt that everything made sense. Sigh. Then, he saw that Lin Ling was still busy. He sighed and finally left. After Dragon God left, Lin Ling looked outside the door. His eyes flickered, but he did not say anything in the end. In the following days, Lin Ling continued to live in seclusion, constantly increasing his soul power. However, what gave him a headache was that if he had a treasure like the soul-gathering tree king, he believed that his soul power could recover by 80%. However, relying on a treasure of the celestial plane, his soul power would not be able to recover at all. But the recovery was very slow. At this speed, it would take a long time to find Yu and the others. Lin Ling, don't be impatient. You were able to escape the control of the underworld. This is already very impressive. Although I know that you want revenge, any god's cultivation is done step by step. Very few people can reach the heavens in a single step. Now, you are only missing an opportunity. I believe that for you to come to the underworld, there must be some arrangement. Guang Chengxi's voice suddenly floated over, causing Lin Ling to be stunned. His impetuous heart gradually calmed down. He also felt that all of this was predestined. It was as if fate had deliberately arranged for him to come to the underworld. Here, there was an unknown opportunity waiting for him. Of course, it could also be an unknown danger. Just like when he first entered the third floor of the Dao Pagoda and met that mysterious old man. Everything was arranged by fate. After his restless heart gradually calmed down, Lin Ling cultivated every day. Very few people came to his small courtyard. The first elder, Situ Han, came once, but after inspecting the small courtyard for a long time, he left in the end. After leaving, he didn't appear again. It was as if he no longer cared about Lin Ling. But Lin Ling had a feeling that Situ Han wanted to dominate the Qilin sect. Moreover, he was eyeing Sa Dragon God's soul. He sensed that half of the people in the sect were in fact Situ Han's people. Of course he didn't care. He slowly waited for time because he knew that with his current strength, he wasn't Situ Han's match. And no one from the Qilin sect paid any attention to Lin Ling. Instead, a child often came to visit Lin Ling. At the beginning, this child was very afraid of Lin Ling. But afterwards, he discovered that although Lin Ling looked cold on the surface, he wasn't difficult to get along with. Again and again he often came. Moreover, every time he looked for Lin Ling to talk. Of course, most of the time, he was the one speaking and Lin Ling was the one listening. This caused the child to suspect that Lin Ling wasn't a mute. It wasn't until he heard Lin Ling mumble to himself that the child was finally sure that Lin Ling wasn't a mute. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were extremely strange. They were like an incantation, like he was silently reciting something. At the beginning, the child couldn't understand, but as time passed, he was gradually able to recite them. Moreover, every time he heard Lin Ling recite them, he would feel completely. His body was incomparably comfortable. Chapter 50:18. Remember, don't let anyone know what I'm chanting. Finally, Lin Ling said to the child. The child nodded and continued to come every day, bringing food with him. In the netherworld, the food for all souls was candles and sandalwood. As long as they were refined, their souls would not disperse. Moreover, souls with weaker soul power had to be refined every day. Otherwise, they would feel that their souls were afraid of the cold and would feel very empty. These ingot candles were not of much help to Lin Ling, but he still refined some every day. On this day, Lin Ling finally refined all the treasures of the celestial realm and recovered 50% of his soul force. However, the child did not come today. According to the norm, the child would definitely come before this time. Lin Ling waited in the small courtyard for a long time. He wanted to go take a look, but at this time, a misty soul rushed in. This soul was very weak, as if it could dissipate at any time. Senior, the Grand Elder is here to kill. He wants to kill the sect master. After the child rushed in, he immediately shouted at Lin Ling. After saying this, his soul completely dissipated. Seeing this, Lin Ling softly sighed. He knew that this child's soul had dissipated. It was caused by a powerhouse. In fact, the 3 lives mantra that Lin Ling had imparted to the child over the past few days was a divine ability cultivation method for cultivating soul force. Unfortunately, the child's fortuitous opportunity was too shallow, and the time he spent cultivating it was too short. After experiencing such a great calamity, he finally died. Lin Ling knew that all of this was the child's good fortune. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Although Lin Ling was very open-minded, his heart was still cold. After being silent for so long, he finally decided to make a move. In fact, when he entered the Qilin sect, Lin Ling had already planned to make a move and kill the Grand Elder Situ Han. However, there was a time when he realized that Situ Han was stronger than he imagined. His soul force was more terrifying than Lin Ling's, so Lin Ling did not make a move. Only when his soul force had increased to 50% did he plan to make a move. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. And at this moment, the Qilin sect was in a state of chaos. A large number of sect disciples were killing each other everywhere. These people were all followers of the Great Elder. Why do you want to kill us? The disciples of the sect who had been killed were in disbelief. Idiot! Do you really think we're from the same sect as you? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Kill them. Devour their souls. From today onwards, the Qilin Gate belongs to us. Situ Han's disciples slaughtered everywhere, and the entire sect was plunged into misery and suffering. As for Situ Han, his white robes fluttered in the wind and his long white hair flowed down his back. He walked calmly towards the main hall of the sect. Situ Han, how dare you betray the sect leader? Have you forgotten who saved you from the Tiger Clan? Back then, you were on the verge of death. It was the sect leader who saved you. A large number of sect masters rushed out from the hall, but none of them could withstand a single strike from Situ Han. With a wave of his arm, a powerful soul force suppressed them, almost tearing those souls apart. Those masters who rushed out all had their souls turn illusory. Their souls were unstable and they were heavily injured. Sect leader, please hand over the position of sect leader. Situ Han stood at the entrance of the hall and shouted towards the inside. Within the hall, there was a bit of silence. After a moment, a large number of figures finally walked out. The one leading them was impressively young Master Dragon God. Young Master Dragon God coldly looked at Situ Han. His face was gloomy. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Situ Han. This person had hidden his strength deeply. The strength of his soul was even more formidable than his own. Situ Han, you've really decided to do this. Hee, sect leader, you've already sensed it. So, why bother asking such nonsense? I know you've had thoughts of betraying me for a long time, but I always thought that since I saved your life, you wouldn't betray me. Even if you were possessed for a moment, it would only be temporary. Now you know you're wrong. Situ Han laughed. Behind him, a large number of disciples appeared, surrounding the hall so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Qilin sect's people don't want to die. All of you submit to sect leader Situ. Someone shouted at the entire Qilin sect. Qilin sect was in chaos at this moment. All of the souls were either dead or injured. They sat on the ground in need, watching Situ Han force them to abdicate. All right, I'll hand over the position of sect leader to you. Young Master Dragon God stared at Situ Han and finally sighed softly. The people of Qilin sect had followed him for a long time. The entire Qilin sect was also fought by him. At the beginning, there was only one person. Gradually, there were tens of thousands of people. It would be a lie to say that he had no feelings for them. He had no memories of his previous life. Therefore, to him, the people of the sect were actually like his relatives and friends. Hee, after you hand over the position of sect leader, I want your soul too. At this moment, Situ Han spoke again. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Situ Han to be so greedy. Young Master Dragon God's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe it. Sect Master, thank you for saving me that day. However, you should know that only when our souls become stronger will we be able to obtain good fortune and be reincarnated. This netherworld is a bottomless hell. Ordinary souls are unable to cultivate a physical body. Only by being reincarnated can we be reincarnated. Only by reincarnating can we step into the eternal and indestructible Great Tao. In your soul force, there are fragments of the Dragon God's soul. Devouring you will greatly improve my soul force. Situ Han smiled and said, back then you saved me. Why don't you save me again today? Shameless. The people behind young Master Dragon God cursed. The people of the sect were also angry, but they didn't dare to speak casually. Hand over your soul and I will spare your people. If you don't hand it over, after I devour you, they will all die. Situ Han said nonchalantly. Sect leader, don't believe what he said. This person has no principles and is ungrateful. Sect leader, if you hand over your soul, he will definitely kill us. Yes, sect leader, let's fight to the death. Even if we die, it's better than having our souls devoured by them. Moreover, since they want to kill us, we have to give them a heavy blow and injure their souls. Sect leader. Behind young Master Dragon God, everyone shouted. However, young Master Dragon God was silent. In fact, how could he not know everyone's concerns? However, if he fought with all his might, his people would definitely die. Young Master Dragon God pondered for a moment and finally said, unless you release your soul force, as long as I hand over my soul, you will let my people go. Otherwise, I will never hand over my soul. Sect leader. Seeing that young Master Dragon God was about to sacrifice himself, the people behind him all shouted. Ha ha ha, I have always treated you as the sect leader, but you didn't believe me. Now that I have rebelled against you, you should be convinced. Situ Han laughed and found a good excuse for his ingratitude. However, they are right. I did not intend to let them go. Originally, if you had obediently handed over your soul, we would have avoided a big battle. Now, it seems that this battle is not going to end well. Now, it seems that this battle is unavoidable. As soon as he said this, young Master Dragon God secretly scolded himself. He almost believed Situ Han. This guy really planned to catch them all in one fell swoop. He wanted the entire sect to fight against Situ Han. Even if he died, he wanted Situ Han's soul to be damaged. Rumble. Chapter 50-19. Looking at the white-haired man, the Qilin sect suddenly quieted down. So cold. Someone suddenly said. Who is he? However, not everyone recognized the white-haired man, unless it was young Master Dragon God. After all, Lin Ling had always lived in seclusion in the Qilin sect. Not to mention the newcomers, even the elders did not remember him. Who are you? As Lin Ling got closer and closer, someone from Situ Han's side finally shouted. However, Lin Ling did not seem to hear. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he continued to walk forward. It was as if he was walking in his own garden. How dare you? The people on Situ Han's side were finally enraged. They all attacked Lin Ling. Their attacks were simple. After all, without a physical body, they could not cultivate spirit essence. Therefore, their attacks were all soul force attacks. According to common sense, their soul force was one of the top existences in the Qilin sect. Under their joint attack, the white-haired man would undoubtedly die. However, The white-haired man did not seem to hear. He only shouted, "Scram!" A terrifying soul force swept out in all directions with the white-haired man as the center. Bang, bang, bang. Those who rushed towards the white-haired man all had their souls explode, turning into ashes. There were more than a dozen people here, and they were all elders of the sect. Moreover, their souls exploded, not their souls dissipated. This showed how great the gap between Lin Ling's soul force and theirs was. What? Everyone around Situ Han stared with wide eyes. The entire Qilin sect was the same. Even young Master Dragon God found this hard to believe. He had always revered Lin Ling, but he never knew how strong Lin Ling was. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. "Who are you?" Seeing Lin Ling walking over step by step, the people around all took a step back and asked nervously. "Scram!" Lin Ling did not even look at them. His powerful soul force spread out. Bang, bang, bang. These people's souls exploded and were absorbed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked forward like this, his soul force constantly pressing out. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever it passed, Situ Han's disciples were all scared out of their wits. How terrifying! Everyone trembled with fear, feeling that Lin Ling was like the god of death. "It's you!" At this moment, Situ Han also recognized Lin Ling. His pupils trembled. He never imagined that this white-haired man would be so strong. One must know that a year ago, he had also investigated this white-haired man. However, the result was that this white-haired man was very ordinary. Not worth mentioning. "It's him. I remember now, it's the white-haired man that the sect leader brought back. How can he be so strong?" After Situ Han's reminder, the others gradually came to their senses and were extremely shocked. "It seems that I have underestimated you." Situ Han looked deeply at Lin Ling, then said indifferently, "How about following me?" Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at Situ Han without saying a word. "If you follow me, I can guarantee that you will become the great elder of the Qilin sect. Moreover, our Qilin sect will become even stronger and dominate the nearby area. Any cultivation treasure will belong to our Qilin sect." Seeing that Lin Ling remained silent, Situ Han continued to say. Young Master Dragon Deity also looked at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. He was afraid that Lin Ling would agree. "I can even hand over the position of sect leader to you," Situ Han said again. He could sense that this white-haired man was very strong. In order to prevent any accidents, he planned to recruit him first. "You are not qualified." Finally, Lin Ling spoke. His words made Situ Han's pupils dilate. He was not qualified? "Do you know who you are talking to? I gave you face, but you don't want it." The disciples and elders around Situ Han all shouted angrily. If it were not for Situ Han's words, they would have already attacked. Dang! Lin Ling only had one word. He used the 3 extreme universe destruction and destroyed the souls of these people. In the blink of an eye, only 30% of the people following Situ Han were left. They were all silent, and their eyes widened in disbelief. He was too strong. In front of Situ Han, he had killed so many people in a single move. No one could stop him. Moreover, this person was so cold. He was probably an existence that killed people like flies. Because he had killed so many souls, his expression did not change at all. In fact, even Situ Han's expression changed drastically. He felt that this white-haired man was from the 9 Serenities Hell. Perhaps he was a fugitive who had escaped from the Destruction Hell. One had to know that the Destruction Hell also had a prison area. The souls there were miserable. They had to face the Great Tribulation of Hell every day. It was the real Great Tribulation of Hell. "You insist on going against me." Situ Han's voice became cold. He knew that this white-haired man was difficult to deceive. The only way was to fight. "You are not qualified." Lin Ling still said the same sentence. However, in his hand, the sword of faith appeared. He knew that Situ Han was very strong. He was more powerful than the ordinary Yakshas. He was just hiding it. Situ Han's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. Then, his expression changed drastically. "What kind of power is this?" Although he was a soul and had lost his memories, he knew that in the underworld, other than the gods of the underworld, all souls had no other power. The only power they had was soul power. Could this person be a god of the underworld? "You are not qualified to know." Lin Ling said for the third time that he was not qualified. That was indeed the case. Because he was a soul with memories. The others did not. Even though he had memories, Lin Ling was still a god. Moreover, he was beyond the control of the underworld. He was not under the control of the underworld at all. Whoosh! Lin Ling slashed out. This was the first time he had used the sword of faith in the underworld. Swoosh! The sword slashed across Situ Han. His soul was cut open, and he could not fight back at all. The area that was cut open seemed to be burned by flames and gradually dissipated. Who are you? Situ Han's soul trembled and finally turned into ashes. He's dead. The people who followed Situ Han were shocked. Die! Lin Ling also killed them with a single slash. At this point, the matter of the Qilin sect's betrayal was solved by Lin Ling alone. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and was speechless. Although most people did not know Lin Ling, there were a few people who knew about Lin Ling. They never imagined that this white-haired man would be so strong. All right, I'm leaving. The sword of faith in Lin Ling's hand disappeared. He knew that by using the sword of faith, he would be discovered by the underworld. To avoid affecting others, he had to leave immediately. Senior. Young Master Dragon God looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Follow me. Lin Ling did not say anything. His soul floated down the stairs. Young Master Dragon God quickly followed and the two arrived outside the sect. Lin Ling had his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. Young Master Dragon God was behind him. He looked at Lin Ling's fluttering white hair and the awe in his heart grew stronger. In fact, I know your past life and know your origin. I also know that your race is in the underworld. My purpose for this trip is to bring you all back. Lin Ling finally spoke. Chapter 50-20. Seeing this, young Master Dragon God was even more shocked. This was the first time he had heard of a soul with memories in the underworld. He was even more certain that this white-haired man was a true powerhouse. I will teach you the 3 lives curse of the past. It will speed up your soul cultivation. If you cultivate it to the limit, you will be able to find your past memories. However, how much you can find will depend on your luck. I said that the next time we meet will be when I leave. Now that I am leaving, remember, if anyone asks about me in the future, you must tell them the truth. However, do not say that I knew you. Otherwise, what awaits you will be a great disaster. Also, you must not speak of the 3 lives curse of the past to anyone. Perhaps in the future, I will come to find you again. Before that, even if you obtain your memories, you must not speak of it. Do you understand? Lin Ling turned around and looked at young Master Dragon God. Young Master Dragon God's soul trembled. He knew that Lin Ling was bringing him to break the underworld's taboo. How could he not want to know the memories of the past? Plop. He knelt down and kowtowed. Senior, this junior will listen to senior's words. I am not your senior. We were once friends. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. Then, he took a step and floated into the distance. Even if he was a friend, he was still a friend that I respected. Young Master Dragon God still knelt there, muttering to himself. As Lin Ling walked forward, he began to think of his next path. In his hand, the sword of faith still appeared. His goal was to draw away the gods of the underworld and prevent them from finding the Qilin sect. Lin Ling, try to recover all your soul force and then look for a body. Along the way, Master Guangqing reminded Lin Ling. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared at the edge of an ancient sea. Looking at the black sea, his brows furrowed. This sea was black, as if it had swallowed countless souls. However, in the depths of the sea, Lin Ling sensed powerful soul fluctuations. This sea seems to have a treasure that can greatly increase one's soul force. Master Guangqing also sensed it. Go in. Lin Ling looked back into the distance, hoping to shake off his pursuers with the help of the ocean. After that, his soul floated through the Black Sea. He realized that there were many islands in the sea, and on the islands, many souls were cultivating. Because the sea devoured souls, cultivating on the islands would help the souls recover. The speed of recovery was even faster. Someone is flying past. At the same time, many souls sensed Lin Ling. They flew out, wanting to investigate. Lin Ling knew that those who could appear here had all devoured countless souls. If he didn't do anything, they would still kill him if they had the chance. He activated his powerful soul power to kill these souls. Your Excellency, you. The souls were all shocked. They did not expect the white-haired man to be so cruel, killing them without saying a word. Their souls were scattered, and part of their souls were absorbed by Lin Ling, increasing Lin Ling's soul power. Unfortunately, their souls were very weak, and were not of much help to Lin Ling. Lin Ling continued to move forward, killing the souls he encountered. Gradually, he killed millions of souls. However, in the sea, there were countless souls, and he couldn't kill them all. After all, the underworld was the reincarnation land of the universe, and naturally, there were many souls gathered there. As time passed, Lin Ling became famous for his killing. The nearby islands all knew that a cold-blooded powerhouse had come to the Black Soul Sea, and he killed anyone he encountered. Many people were angry about this, but the white-haired man was too strong, and they could not resist. Gradually, most of the souls heard that Lin Ling had appeared in a direction, and they fled far away. Lin Ling chose an island and recovered his soul power every day. Gradually, his soul power reached 60%. On this day, he went to look for prey again. However, on an island, he saw a huge skeleton. This skeleton was the skeleton of a giant tortoise, and it seemed to be dug up in the Black Soul Sea. Lin Ling also saw it in the underworld, excluding the Yuxia. Apart from the Yuxia, it was the second thing with a body. However, Lin Ling felt that in the skeleton, it made his soul jump. This skeleton can greatly increase soul power, and it is comparable to the soul-gathering Tree King. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he floated down from the sky. Hurry! We have to bring this tortoise back. The Black Sea King has been waiting for a long time. On the island, a large number of souls were pulling the skeleton. Even if they did not refine it, they could feel their souls constantly condensing when they were close to the skeleton. However, at this moment, Lin Ling arrived. Who are you? Not good. It's the god of death. The spirits were originally enraged, but when they saw the head of white hair, they were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Lin Ling's ferocious name in the Black Soul Ocean was known as the Death God. His ferocious name had already spread far and wide. Lin Ling didn't care about them. His eyes were fixed on the mountain-like skeleton. His eyes twinkled. As he got closer, he could feel the power of the skeleton. He estimated that it could restore 20% of his soul power. At that time, he would have 80% of his soul power, which was extremely powerful. Senior God of Death, this skeleton is wanted by the Black Sea King. Moreover, it does not belong to the Black Sea King alone. It was divided among the 7 Sea Kings. Senior God of Death, please have mercy. If you snatch it, how can we report to the Black Sea King? Yes, and the Black Sea King will not let you go. The souls begged for mercy. If you die, there is no need to report to the Black Sea King. Lin Ling said coldly. His powerful soul power covered the entire island, and he attacked. Now, his soul power had recovered 60%, and when he attacked, it was as if a universe was suppressing him. This feeling was not the power of a soul, but more like the power of the Yuxia King. Don't. A large number of souls begged for mercy, and they did not dare to resist. However, after Lin Ling came to the underworld, his heart was cold. He would kill anyone he saw. After all, he wasn't a good person. It was just that he had always been able to suppress his murderous nature. However, after Yu and the others died, Lin Ling almost turned completely dark. In fact, Lin Ling also noticed the change in his state of mind, but he did not care and allowed his state of mind to turn evil. Because only by doing so could he become stronger. After a long time, the souls on the island were killed by Lin Ling, and Lin Ling carried the huge skeleton and flew along the sea. So powerful, look at that person, he is carrying such a huge skeleton. That is the god of death, avoid him. Oh my god, he stole the Black Sea King's skeleton. The Black Sea King spent a lot of manpower and tens of thousands of years to dig it out. The Black Sea King will not let this go. If the 7 Sea Kings come, the god of death will have to fight with them. The souls on the islands were discussing spiritedly. When they saw Lin Ling, their souls trembled, and they avoided him. Lin Ling ignored them. He knew that the skeleton was targeted by the strong, but he had nothing to fear. As long as he refined it, it would be enough to kill those Sea Kings. Chapter 50-21. Lin Ling nodded. Although he wasn't afraid of the Black Sea King, He didn't want anyone to disturb him while he was recovering his soul. He was different from other souls. He had memories and knew that some spirit arrays could be set up with soul force. However, most spirit arrays were set up with spiritual energy. With soul force as the foundation, these spirit arrays weren't strong. Luckily, Lin Ling's goal wasn't to kill the enemy, but to stall for time. After spending some time to set up the array, Lin Ling entered the depths of the island and began to refine the huge skeleton. Deep in the island's underground, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. In front of him was a giant skeleton. His soul power was vibrating non-stop. It was like a giant spider web that covered the entire skeleton. He wanted to devour the skeleton in one gulp. However, he soon discovered that he had overestimated his own soul force. Lin Ling, slowly refine it. You've waited for so long. You don't need to wait any longer. Guang Chengzi knew that Lin Ling was anxious, so he advised. Lin Ling let out a breath. His soul gradually stabilized. Then, like a flame, it landed on a corner of the skeleton and slowly began to burn and refine it. The strange thing was that this skeleton was originally an ordinary divine beast skeleton. However, after refining it, a dense mist spread out, condensing and restoring soul force. Lin Ling guessed that this was because the skeleton had been buried at the bottom of the sea. After accumulating for so long, it had absorbed too many souls. Time quietly passed. When 30% of the skeleton was refined, the entire island suddenly trembled. The seawater beneath the island also roared. Lin Ling opened his eyes and sneered, "It's here." Then, he continued to close his eyes and slowly refine the skeleton. At this moment on the island, a large number of souls had gathered. A man with black hair stood in the sky, angrily looking at the entire island. "Is it here?" This man had a tyrannical aura. Not only was he tall and sturdy, but there were runes all over his black body. Moreover, there was a horn hidden in his long hair. The Black Sea King. The tyrant of the Black Soul Ocean. He had been in the Black Soul Ocean for more than 100,000 years. He had countless experts under his command and had even killed at least 10 million souls. No one in the Onyx Soul Ocean dared to offend him. Moreover, he had an extremely good relationship with the Nether Soldier. "My king, it should be here." Behind the man, someone coldly shouted. "What should I do? I want to be sure." The man roared angrily, grabbed the person who spoke, and tore his soul apart. "Definitely, definitely." The other souls were trembling in fear. In the distance, the souls from the various islands were watching. When they saw the Black Sea King, they nodded and pointed at the island. "The Grim Reaper is on the island." "That's right. I saw him carrying a huge skeleton towards the island." That skeleton was in the form of a Xian turtle. Hearing the many voices, the people below the Black Sea King's tomb nodded and looked at the Black Sea King. "Grim Reaper? What the hell? You dare to call yourself a god of death in front of me? Blow up this island." The Black Sea King was enraged. He summoned millions of souls to attack the island. Kill. Countless souls rushed towards the island, but they were blocked by Lin Ling's array. All of them seemed to have lost their way as they kept going in circles on the island. As the array did not have any spiritual energy, it only had the effect of bewitching souls. "What are you doing?" In the sky, the Black Sea King was even more enraged when he saw the souls below his tomb circling around like silly donkeys. "Black Sea King, this island is a little strange. Someone must have set up some tricks." At this moment, there were surging soul waves coming from afar. Following that, a large number of souls flew over. Furthermore, there were souls in other directions. They were majestically gathering, and their faces were filled with murderous intent. "Black Sea King, where are our skeletons?" A deep voice sounded like a thunderclap, spreading throughout the Onyx Soul Ocean. "The 7 Sea Kings have gathered," someone said nervously. His soul was trembling non-stop, as though it was about to dissipate. "I heard that the skeletons are precious treasures. There is only one of them in the entire infernal realm. The 7 Sea Kings have worked together to mine them for many years. Now that the Grim Reaper has snatched it away, the 7 Sea Kings are furious and came from afar. The Grim Reaper is probably going to die this time." Waves of whispers also rang out. "The skeletons are on the island. However, the Grim Reaper has some tricks up his sleeves. He actually managed to bewitch my soldiers." The Black Sea King looked at the other Sea Kings and said coldly. In the blink of an eye, a total of 6 Sea Kings appeared in front of the Black Sea King. All of them were looking at the island furiously. Explode! Even if I have to use countless souls to pile up, I want this island to be torn apart. Kill them! The Sea Kings did not say anything and ordered their subordinates to attack the island. The people on the island far away, get your ass over here and bombard the island. If anyone dares to say no, I will destroy his soul. The Black Sea King looked at the souls on the island far away and said, Go, go, go. Go now. Those souls did not dare to provoke the Black Sea King. They nodded and rushed into the island. Tens of millions of souls rushed into the island and released their soul force. Finally, the island began to shake. In the underground cave, Lin Ling opened his eyes and the cold smile on his face deepened. I didn't expect you to have some strength. He was not afraid at all and continued to refine the skeletons. Unknowingly, half of the skeletons in front of him had already been refined. Rumble! The entire island was shaking. The barrier that Lin Ling had set up began to dissipate. Finally, under the attack of tens of millions of souls, it was destroyed. My king, those mysterious methods are gone. Someone said happily to the 7 Sea King in the sky. Good, good, good. Find that damned fellow. The 7 Sea Kings smiled and were very satisfied with the result in front of them. Tens of millions of souls released their souls again and attacked the island. The huge island began to shatter like an eggshell. The small fragments floated away with the sea, causing the island to become smaller and smaller. The Grim Reaper has really hidden himself well. We have been fighting for so long, but we still haven't seen him. Someone said in shock. As long as he is still on the island, how can we not find him with tens of millions of people? The other souls sneered. Ka ka ka. The island became smaller and smaller. Finally, someone saw the huge skeletons deep underground and shouted, My king, the black tortoise's skeletons are there. With that, everyone stared at the huge skeletons through the hole. The 7 Sea Kings smiled. They had finally found it. However, their smiles did not last long because they realized that the skeletons were burning and were dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good, the Grim Reaper is refining our skeletons. The Black Sea King roared, his body trembling with anger. How is this possible? How did he refine such a huge skeleton? Could it be that he has the means to refine it? The other Sea Kings frowned. Stop talking nonsense. Stop him immediately. The Black Sea King anxiously shouted and ordered his subordinates to rush into the cave to stop Lin Ling. Chapter 50-22. However, before they could rush into the cave, a white-haired man slowly walked out. He had one hand behind his back and the other hand held a gigantic tortoise shell. He squeezed through the cave and floated out. Looking at the gigantic black tortoise skeleton, there was only a tortoise shell left. Furthermore, half of the tortoise shell had been burned. Die! After the white-haired man walked out, he lightly spat out a word. Rumble! A terrifying soul force surged out like an ocean. When 1,000,000 souls approached, they were all reduced to ashes. It was like a curse. Those who were cursed had nowhere to run. In the sky above the shattered island, all the souls fell silent. What a terrifying method, killing 1,000,000 in one move. Death God! Many souls said nervously. These people had long known of Lin Ling's ferocious reputation. Now that they saw Lin Ling, their souls immediately trembled. You are the one who snatched my skeleton. The 7 Seas King looked angrily at Lin Ling, especially when they saw that only half of the tortoise shell was left. They shouted loudly. How were they, the 7 Seas King, supposed to split such a small amount of skeleton? So what if I am? Lin Ling was still refining the skeleton. He looked up at the 7 Seas King and said, Before I finish refining, get out of my way. Otherwise, all of you will die. You don't know death. The Black Sea King was enraged. He was the first to pounce at Lin Ling. He wanted to tear Lin Ling into pieces and kill him again and again. Kill him. The other 6 Sea Kings were also filled with killing intent. All of them pounced at Lin Ling. Seeing that their king had made a move, the other souls naturally pounced at Lin Ling as well. The scene immediately became extremely spectacular. Tens of millions of souls charged at Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling was a god, He could not withstand the biting of so many souls. You are the ones who don't know death. Seeing so many souls pounce at him, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Now, he had already recovered more than 70% of his soul. He was just a little bit away from 80%, but these people came to cause trouble. The sword of faith appeared in his hand as he slashed out. Swoosh! This sword was like a soul-collecting weapon. It killed millions of souls. The Black Sea King was the fastest, but he was killed by this sword. He watched as his soul burned. Ah, what kind of method is this? The Black Sea King let out a shrill cry. He was the Black Soul Sea King, but he could not block the Grim Reaper's sword. Not good. This isn't soul power. This is the Grim Reaper's ability. The other Sea Kings were so scared that their souls were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapse. Dang! Lin Ling lifted the tortoise shell with one hand and released a powerful soul force. Universe 3 Extremes Break. Because his soul force had recovered by 70%, the big ray had already turned into 3 universes, crazily destroying everything in front of him. Oh! Cries of agony could be heard as tens of millions of souls were killed and turned into ashes. Scary, so scary. Who is he? Oh no, he must be a netherworld general. The people at the back were lucky and managed to escape, but they were still scared out of their wits. Only now did they know that killing millions of souls was just an appetizer. The real scary part was killing tens of millions of souls. Moreover, 5 Ocean Kings were obliterated within. They had nowhere to run, and their souls were cut into pieces. Only 1 Ocean King managed to escape the great calamity. Now, they finally knew what kind of existence they had offended. The Grim Reaper was indeed the Grim Reaper. My lord, he is here. But at this moment, screams could be heard from afar. A large number of Yakshas flew over, and among them, there was a Yaksha king with 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Ling, you are not dead yet. You have escaped here. When the Yaksha king saw Lin Ling on the island, he suddenly shouted. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Indeed, after he used the Sword of Faith, the Netherworld general had noticed him. Netherworld soldier, the Netherworld soldier is here. When the souls in the distance saw the Yakshas, they all shouted in surprise. The remaining Sea King pointed at Lin Ling and said, My lord, this man must have escaped from the prison. Kill him, kill him. The Yaksha king ignored him and appeared in the sky above the island. He looked down at Lin Ling, and his 3 heads were full of anger. You are really good at escaping. I have chased you for so long. All this time, he had thought that Lin Ling's soul had been destroyed. However, he did not dare to go back because of his mission. Therefore, he kept searching in this level of hell. Then, he sensed a power that was different from soul power. Out of curiosity, he followed the clues and came here. Unfortunately, this power disappeared and reappeared from time to time, which made him search for a long time. Not long ago, he sensed this power again. Then, he led people to search and finally found Lin Ling. You have worked hard to chase me for so long, Lin Ling said coldly. At the same time, he looked at the turtle shell in his hand and found that there were only a few left. Lin Ling, where is your mark of the Netherworld? The Yaksha king suddenly thought of something and asked. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to refine the turtle shell in his hand. I asked you a question. Did you hear me? The Yaksha king wanted to know how Lin Ling removed the mark of the Netherworld. After all, this was the first case in the history of the Netherworld. However, Lin Ling still did not say anything. Go to hell. The Yaksha king could not stand it anymore. His 3 heads roared and weapons appeared on his 6 arms. He pounced on Lin Ling. He was not a soul. He was a deity of the Netherworld and a general of the Netherworld. Normally, the souls of the Netherworld were no match for the Yaksha king. Encountering him was like encountering a natural enemy. Die! Seeing the Yaksha king attack, all the souls were filled with anticipation. However, Lin Ling still ignored the Yaksha king because the turtle shell in his hand had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. When the turtle shell completely disappeared, Lin Ling clenched his left hand and took a step forward. The Yaksha king was less than 10 meters away from Lin Ling. When he saw Lin Ling pouncing on him, he was shocked by Lin Ling's action. In the Netherworld mining area, Lin Ling was like an ant. Lin Ling could not even withstand the pressure of the Yaksha king's aura, let alone attack him. Now, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack him? Is he crazy? Let me inflict serious damage on your soul. The Yuxia king bared his teeth in anger. Whoosh! However, a blinding light flashed in front of him and passed by him. It was so fast that the Yuxia king did not even have time to react. Why did Lin Ling suddenly increase his speed? When did his soul become so powerful? Clang! At the same time, the weapons in his 6 arms all shattered. Then, he felt a sharp pain. The Yuxia king lowered his head and saw a glaring sword wound on his chest. The sword wound had cut him open. Sword? Where did Lin Ling get the sword from? Your soul has recovered? The Yuxia king's heart exploded. All 3 of his heads were in disbelief. 80% of my soul has recovered. Lin Ling stood with the Yuxia king on his back and said calmly, "Moreover, I still have my memories." What? The Yuxia king's 3 heads cried out in shock. Then with a loud bang, blood gushed out from the wound and his body was cut in half. Chapter 50-23. The cold sword slashed down and cut through the sky of hell. Ah! The dazed soul was killed by Lin Ling's sword. It cried out in pain as it was incinerated into nothingness. Lin Ling's white hair danced in the wind. His face was as cold as the netherworld. He took a step forward and slashed again. Ah! Even more souls were being killed. Now, the netherworld was hunting Lin Ling. These people knew Lin Ling's secret. If he could get rid of them, he would. Especially those Yuxias. They couldn't be left alive. When the last soul was killed, Lin Ling put away the sword of faith and strode forward along the sea of black souls. Now that Yuxia king had found him, Lin Ling would be found sooner or later if the netherworld sent an army to search this part of hell. He had to leave this dangerous place. Lin Ling, even if you kill them all, the netherworld will know where you are. Although they don't know your exact location, they will definitely lock onto this part of hell. Guang Chengxi's voice floated out. He didn't care about Lin Ling killing so many souls. He was only afraid that Lin Ling would lose himself. After all, he was an ancient god. He knew that the destruction of the world was actually the salvation of the world. Moreover, the people of this world were all ants. This was the thought of every giant universe god. Now, my soul power has recovered to 80%. I can kill netherworld generals and even the stronger netherworld deities. However, I can only rely on the sword of faith. Without a physical body, it will be troublesome. If I can find a suitable physical body, it will be fine. And Yuxia King's body isn't strong. Its potential is too weak to bear my cultivation. If I want to roam the netherworld and find Yu and the others, a physical body is indispensable. Lin Ling kept talking. His soul energy had recovered to 70% or 80%. It wasn't difficult for him to kill a superior god. He could even kill a king-level giant universe god with the sword of faith. But the number of times he could use it was limited. After all, he didn't have a physical body. Die! As Lin Ling advanced, he killed all the souls he encountered to prevent them from following him. Ah, don't kill me! I have parents and children to take care of. The souls that were killed were screaming, but to Lin Ling, they were like ants struggling. Lin Ling, look ahead. There's a huge whirlpool. After walking for an unknown period of time, Guang Qingzi suddenly pointed to the front and said, far away in the Black Soul Sea, a huge whirlpool appeared. There was nothing around it, and it was eerily silent. This place was like the forbidden zone of the Black Soul Sea. Lin Ling, go in. I have a feeling that we'll be able to leave this hell. Guang Chengzi sensed for a moment and suggested. Are you sure? Lin Ling asked. I'm not sure, Master Guangqing said. However, I can sense a different aura coming from the vortex, and it's different from the hell of extermination. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He was eager to leave the hell of annihilation. After all, he had heard that the hell of annihilation was actually a prison. If one was imprisoned there, they would never be able to leave and would be tortured daily. Originally, Lin Ling guessed that the underworld would definitely send him to the 18th level of hell after capturing him. But at that time, Lin Ling's soul was weak and the underworld was afraid that his soul would dissipate, so they placed him in the netherworld mining area. However, the underworld did not expect that Lin Ling would be able to escape. Lin Ling shot into the huge whirlpool and his soul immediately trembled. It was extremely unstable. Fortunately, he had recovered 80% of his soul, so he was not in any danger when facing the huge whirlpool. The seawater swept Lin Ling towards the depths. The seawater was extremely cold, as though it was formed from countless souls. Towards the end, Lin Ling felt countless withered arms reaching out from the churning seawater, trying to pull Lin Ling to be a scapegoat. Scram! The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he constantly cut off those withered arms. And the deeper he went, the more withered arms there were. There was even a scene of a mountain of corpses. Countless skeletons were wriggling about, pulling at Lin Ling. It made one's scalp tingle. It was hard to imagine. If Lin Ling did not have the sword of faith and only relied on his soul force, he would definitely die here. And when Lin Ling disappeared into the huge whirlpool, above the Black Soul Sea, a massive number of Xianxias and Netherworld soldiers appeared. There were even Netherworld cavalry galloping about, plundering Lin Ling. Lin Ling actually didn't die. He escaped from the underworld's control. We must find him. These Netherworld cavalry were incomparably powerful and had the strength of a higher god. Moreover, there were many of them, plundering the area. Unfortunately, there was no harvest. As for the high-level figures of the underworld, a massive number of powerhouses were holding a meeting to discuss Lin Ling's matter. What did Lin Ling rely on to escape? Before entering the underworld, his soul underwent 3 baptisms. He shouldn't be hiding anything. Moreover, he has also removed the underworld mark. Could it be that someone is helping him? The most terrifying thing is that he has recovered his memories. If that's the case, he can cultivate in the underworld. If he recovers his future strength, he might be able to break out of the underworld and leave this place. Many Yama kings were discussing, their faces solemn. Don't worry, he doesn't have a physical body. Even if he has his memories, he can't recover his former strength. However, at this moment, a white-haired, sharp-tongued old man spoke up. Upon hearing this, the Yama kings finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seal the destruction hell and increase the number of troops. No matter what, we must find Lin Ling. The underworld god is about to wake up. If he knows that Lin Ling has disappeared, he will definitely punish us. Don't worry, as long as Lin Ling is still in the destruction hell, we will definitely find him. From this moment on, seal the destruction hell. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Let's begin. However, they did not know that after Lin Ling entered the whirlpool, he was already incomparably close to the next hell. The sword of faith in Lin Ling's hand was incomparably dim. The power of the worlds had been consumed too much. After all, he had killed his way here. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also noticed that the whirlpool had slowed down, as if it was showing signs of stopping. Looking above his head, he saw that the huge whirlpool seemed to be frozen and gradually stopped moving. Not good. It's the ice of the netherworld. Lin Ling, hurry up and rush into the whirlpool. This place is about to be sealed. Guang Chengxi's voice suddenly floated over, full of anxiety. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. The speed of his soul erupted as he rushed towards the finish line. The closer he got to the end of the whirlpool, the smaller the current became, as if the seawater had reached another world. Gradually, Lin Ling rushed into it and disappeared. The moment he disappeared, the entire whirlpool froze, and the small entrance was sealed by a strange ice. This was the ice of the netherworld, which could freeze the soul. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Ling rushed out. After rushing out of the whirlpool, Lin Ling discovered that he had arrived at another hell. Here, the sky was filled with yellow sand and it was incomparably hot. Ordinary souls would definitely be injured here. Fortunately, although this place was hot, there was no sunlight. Otherwise, even if Lin Ling had recovered 80% of his soul force, he would still be injured under the sunlight for a long time. Chapter 50-24. I'm guessing that the Hell of Destruction has been sealed and the entire underworld is searching for you there. Guang Chengxi said. He was afraid that if Lin Ling was sealed in the Hell of Destruction, he would be captured by Lin Ling sooner or later. It's troublesome to not have a body. Lin Ling felt extremely lucky to have encountered the maelstrom. Otherwise, he would be like a trapped beast. Flying like this took a long time. After a long time, Lin Ling finally felt tired. He landed on a sand dune and slowly recovered his soul force. Where do you think you're going? But at this time, 2 figures flew across the sky, one in front and one behind. It seemed like the former was fleeing and the latter was chasing. Their speed was very fast, and in an instant, they passed through the yellow sand and flew towards Lin Ling's direction. Most importantly, Lin Ling sensed that they both had bodies. They seemed to be gods from the underworld. The god in front was an old man wearing a large cloak. The one behind was a woman with long arms and a strange appearance. But Lin Ling had a feeling that he had seen this person before. Oh right, someone from the underworld South Tomb. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Back then, he had offended the underworld mainly because of the underworld's demon sealer. Following the demon sealer was a woman who claimed to be from the underworld's South Tomb. The underworld's South Tomb people were probably a tribe from the underworld. Their characteristic was their very long arms. Hand over the map. The woman at the back let out a sharp cry. Nan Wan, do you really want to force me? If you make me unhappy, don't blame me for destroying the map. The old man in front shouted coldly. He seemed to be very afraid of that woman. The two of them gradually approached from afar. The old man in front seemed to have seen Lin Ling on the ground and hurriedly flew over, attempting to use Lin Ling to attract Nan Wan's attention. Bang bang! The two slammed into the ground one after another, causing yellow sand to fly up into the sky. Sir, help me. I have a map of the Dizong Palace. As long as you help me, I'll bring you there. After the old man landed, he immediately rushed towards Lin Ling. However, after taking a few steps, his expression changed. Soul. Previously, he had only taken a cursory glance at Lin Ling and thought that he was a god. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the other party was actually a soul. It was just that this soul was very powerful, causing him to misunderstand. Die! Lin Ling activated the three extremes of the universe and directly obliterated the old man. The reason why the old man flew towards Lin Ling was to bring danger to him. If Lin Ling could not defeat these two people, he would definitely die. Therefore, Lin Ling directly killed the old man. Boom! In just one exchange, the elder stopped moving. His soul had been torn apart by the universe's three extremes destruction. You! The girl called Nan Wan's expression changed drastically. She had thought that it was some powerful cultivator, but it turned out that it was just a soul. She had wanted to kill it, but who would have thought that this soul would be so powerful? Now, she was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. She even felt that if Lin Ling wanted to kill her, it would only take a moment. Lin Ling ignored her and searched the old man's body. He found many treasures, some for cultivating souls, and some for cultivation. Among them, a palm-sized stone appeared. There were lines carved on it, and it seemed to be a map. However, this map was only one of them. What's this? Lin Ling sized up the map fragment and looked at the girl. Senior, this is the map of Dizong Palace. In 10 days, everyone who has the map will gather and enter Dizong Palace. The girl did not dare to hide anything and quickly said, Dizong Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. When he looked at the girl again, there was a hint of killing intent. Thud. The girl knelt down directly and kowtowed continuously. Senior, spare me, spare me. She sensed that this man was very cold and murderous. He was probably going to kill her. I know where to gather. If you kill me, you will miss the trip to Dizong Palace. The girl spoke again, knowing that she would die without a doubt if she did not give him some benefits. Seeing that, Lin Ling pondered. He urgently needed to find a physical body and escape the pursuit of the underworld. Dizong Palace was probably a good place. Lead the way. Then, Lin Ling said coldly. He knew that the girl was definitely not a kind person since she could chase after the old man. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of her. It was hard to say who would kill who when the time came. Yes, yes, yes. The girl stood up hurriedly and flew into the sky. Behind her, Lin Ling took a step forward and followed slowly. Who is this person? Why is his soul power so strong? Could it be a dead soul who is going to reincarnate? But how can there be such a strong dead soul? Moreover, I can't detect any underworld mark on him. He's probably an old monster who has cultivated for tens of millions of years and just happened to come out of seclusion. We're unlucky to meet him. He's cold-blooded and heartless. Now, he still thinks that I'm useful, so he didn't kill me. But when I'm finished, he'll definitely kill me. The girl's thoughts were running wild. She wanted to get rid of Lin Ling, but she did not dare. In the end, she could only take one step at a time. Not long after, A valley appeared in front of them. Outside the valley, sand rushed into the sky and whistled. However, the valley was very quiet. There was a small courtyard inside, and it looked very ordinary. After the girl landed, she led Lin Ling into the valley. Along the way, Lin Ling also noticed that there were many strong people in the valley. However, Lin Ling also saw that there were corpses outside the valley. They were souls that had been obliterated. It seemed that these souls felt that reincarnation was fruitless, so they simply stayed here like mortals and lived an ordinary life. Unfortunately, they encountered this group of people. After they were killed, they occupied the small house in the valley. It could only be said that they were too weak and their lives were not in their control. Lin Ling had cultivated for many years and was already used to such things. He did not care. He put on the cloak he obtained from the old man and followed in. "Who is it?" Just as they approached the valley, a cold shout was heard. The people with the map fragment. Nan Wan seemed to be familiar with the rules. She shouted at the valley. Then, the two of them entered the valley without any obstruction. When Lin Ling and Nan Wan entered the small courtyard, they found that there were a total of 12 people standing there. They were all existences with physical bodies. There was an old man who had lost his legs, a mysterious person whose body was full of eyes, and a white-haired person who looked like a deity. A Taoist. In general, these people were strange of all shapes and sizes. However, Lin Ling guessed that these people should be the owners of the map fragment. Lin Ling also noticed that they were very strong. A few of them had the strength of a high-level deity, but there was also the strength of a giant god of the universe. They must be the gods of the netherworld. The two of you? At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Lin Ling and Nan Wan, full of evil intentions. He has the map fragment, but he doesn't know the rules, so I brought him here. He also agreed to bring me to the Dizong Palace. Nan Wan said immediately. Lin Ling did not agree to this at all, but he did not reject Nan Wan's participation. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. They were powerful and instantly realized that Lin Ling was just a soul. This meant that Lin Ling was a person waiting to be reincarnated. Chapter 50-25. Seeing the old man attack Lin Ling, the others did not say anything. Some sat cross-legged, some leaned against the wall, and some closed their eyes. It was as if the old man was killing an ant. Wait! Only Nan Wan shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, it was useless. Instead, the old man sneered and attacked as if he was going to kill Su Kei. Don't you want the map? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. The moment he spoke, everyone in the courtyard was stunned. Elder Xie, wait. One of them said coldly, telling the old man not to kill Lin Ling. If anyone dares to touch me, I'll destroy the map on the spot. Lin Ling's cold voice floated over again. The old man finally stopped. He was less than a meter away from Lin Ling and was standing face to face. He said coldly, "Young friend, you are really bold. If you don't want the map, you can attack me." Lin Ling took off his cloak and revealed his white hair. He looked at the old man indifferently. He could sense that the old man was very strong. However, if they were to meet force with force, he might be able to kill the old man. However, there were still many strong people present who could not kill him. "You are just a spirit and you dare to threaten me. You are really bold." The old man laughed angrily. He had killed countless spirits like Lin Ling. Since when was it Lin Ling's turn to bargain? However, Su Kei had used the map to threaten him. If he were to destroy the map, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Young friend, what is your name and where are you from?" At this moment, a man dressed like a scholar looked at Lin Ling and smiled. "Yedu." Lin Ling replied coldly and did not reveal his origins. However, the scholar did not mind. He smiled and said, "We are looking for Dizong Palace. Only those with the map can enter. Why don't you come with us?" Although he did not want Lin Ling to interfere in this matter, Lin Ling had found their weakness and forced them to agree even if they did not want to. "Sure." Lin Ling nodded, causing everyone to relax in their hearts. Now, the Earth Treasury had finally been gathered. However, before they could even smile, Lin Ling's voice sounded out once again. "I will only go to the Earth Treasury Palace if everyone gives me a treasure." What? Everyone's eyes narrowed. He wanted them to give him treasures? You do. You should know that the Xitigarbha Palace is the palace of Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Countless treasures are sealed inside. It's your fortune to be able to enter, and we don't mind. You actually want to ask us for treasures? One of the men who was completely black said coldly. This guy is really bold. Nan Wan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and even blamed Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would kill her. After all, if these old monsters did not agree, she would definitely die. I'll only go if you give me a treasure. Lin Ling still said the same thing. His face as cold as ice. Damn it! Everyone is going to the Earth Treasury Palace. Why should we give him a treasure? That's right. Don't tell me we have to beg him to go. Everyone was even more furious. Is the Earth Treasury Palace dangerous? However, at this moment, Lin Ling asked indifferently. It's dangerous. If a higher god enters, there's only a slim chance of survival. If a giant god of the universe enters, the danger will only be reduced to 70%. Even so, it's possible for all of us to be wiped out. The scholar who spoke first answered, not understanding why Lin Ling would ask such a question. Since it's dangerous, why should I go in? Lin Ling looked at the scholar and said, if you want me to enter this dangerous place, you have to give me something in return. After all, I'm just a soul. You also know that you're a soul. Since you know, you still dare to open your mouth? The old man who had lost his legs roared. He felt that it was a humiliation to have to lower his voice to a soul. The choice is on your side. Lin Ling ignored the old man and said indifferently. Although he was a soul now, he was also a powerful god in the past. If he still had his strength, why would he care about the gods present? Moreover, would they even have the right to bargain? If they were dissatisfied, he would kill them directly. Everyone looked at each other. Although they were quite angry, they didn't want to complicate matters and agreed in the end. This is Duanmu. It can recover souls. This is Hell's Sandalwood. Not only can it recover souls, but it can also improve one's divine energy. Hell Datura flower. They all reluctantly gave up their treasures and handed over a large number of treasures. Lin Ling also accepted them one by one. His expression was still cold, but there was disdain in the depths of his eyes. Seeing this hidden disdain, everyone was even more furious. They had handed over such precious treasures, but this soul actually looked down on them? He was just a soul. Did he really think he was a god? Of course, although they were angry, they all held back when they thought of the harvest in the Dizong Palace. Unfortunately, they didn't know that these treasures were not worth mentioning to Lin Ling. Back in the Dao Pagoda, he had obtained treasures that were thousands of times more precious than these. However, the current underworld was not like the Dao Pagoda, so he had to make do for the time being. When do we set off? After collecting the treasures, Lin Ling looked at the man dressed as a scholar and asked. Tomorrow. The scholar looked deeply at Lin Ling, as if he was very curious. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the house in the small courtyard. It seemed that he was not afraid of the gods at all. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, although everyone was angry, they couldn't help but think more highly of Lin Ling. They could feel that Lin Ling's indifference and calmness were not faked at all. This made them very curious about what this soul was relying on. He was not afraid of them. Wait, I want to ask, are you a reincarnated soul or a god of the underworld? Suddenly, the man dressed as a scholar looked at Lin Ling and smiled. A god of the underworld. Lin Ling was silent for a moment, then said casually and entered the house. Nan Wan panicked and hurriedly ran over. She felt that if she stayed in the small courtyard, she would be devoured at any time. After entering the house, she saw that Lin Ling was already sitting cross-legged. He had actually taken out a treasure to cultivate. This made Nan Wan feel a wave of admiration. Did this guy know where he was? The one who attacked you before was Elder Xie. He is incomparably famous and kills people like scything flax. You provoked him before, so he probably already holds a grudge. When the matter in the Dizong Palace is over, he will definitely attack you. There is also Yuan Wenbing. He is an existence that cannot be provoked. He is extremely famous in this level of the Yellow Sand Hell. The others, Han Yongyan, Weeping Ghost Commander, and so on, are all incomparably terrifying existences. After Nan Wan sat down, she immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling opened his eyes and looked at her indifferently. Are you worried about me? Me? Nan Wan was speechless. Why would she be worried about Lin Ling? She was afraid that she would be implicated by Lin Ling.
However, although she thought this, she said, "Yes, after all, I am familiar with you.
They can't kill me." Chapter 50-26. Time passed quietly. On the second day, Lin Ling's soul power had recovered by 90%. The price was that he had used up all the treasures to recover his soul power. The remaining treasures were all used to increase his cultivation. This was what Lin Ling had prepared for the future. When he found his physical body, his strength would immediately increase.
"Feng Du, are you ready?"
A voice came from outside the house. It was the scholar called Yuan Wenbing. Lin Ling did not answer. He stood up and strode out of the house. Nan Wan followed behind him. She naturally did not believe Lin Ling's words. Those old monsters could not kill Lin Ling. That was a dream. However, she was still surprised by Lin Ling's courage. She felt that this white-haired man had interacted with these old monsters many times. In the small courtyard, more than 10 people stood there. Yuan Wenbing smiled and said, "Now there are 12 people. 6 people are on the way." After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the courtyard. The others followed one after another. Outside the valley, yellow sand filled the sky. The storm was extremely wild, and it was mixed with a chilly wind. Everyone took a step forward and shot into the storm, flying into the distance. They flew like this for a total of 6 hours. As for Lin Ling and Nan Wan, they were following behind in silence. They didn't say a single word. At this time, Yuan Wenbing suddenly smiled and said, "Feng Du is a soul body. Since he can travel for such a long time, I guess he has cultivated a soul technique." When he said that, everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. According to the souls they had seen, they were afraid of wind, cold and heat. It was the first time they had seen a soul as condensed as Feng Du's. Lin Ling looked at Yuan Wenbing and did not say a word. Along the way, they encountered many gods. However, they seemed to know that this group of people was powerful, so they avoided them. Lin Ling even saw 1 or 2 yakshas. However, the yakshas also avoided them. This meant that there must be an extremely powerful existence in this group of people. "Haha, you're really late." After an unknown period of time, 3 people appeared in front of him. They were floating in mid-air, surrounded by a sandstorm. They couldn't get close at all. That's Xianxia, a powerful expert. He's a god who cultivated a fleshly body out of his soul. He's incredibly famous in this level of hell. Remember, he might seem like a nice person, but don't ever provoke him. He can kill you when you least expect it. All of a sudden, Yuan Wenbing's voice was heard clearly in Lin Ling's soul. When he heard this, Lin Ling couldn't help but take a few more glances at the 3 of them. Suddenly, his pupils constricted because he sensed a familiar aura from the god called Xianxia. It was the aura of the Silver Moon clan. Clearly, this was a god that had cultivated in the underworld after the death of a Silver Moon god. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Silver Moon clan was absolutely irreconcilable. "Haha, we're still missing 3 people. Is everyone here?" Xianxia laughed heartily at the crowd, but no one paid any attention to him. Only a few people greeted him. Everyone knew that this Xianxia wasn't someone to be trifled with. "We're still missing 3 people, Shengu." Yuan Wenbing replied with a smile. There are more people than I expected. That's the Southern Tomb clan of the underworld. That's actually a soul." Xianxia's gaze swept over Lin Ling and Yadu, and suddenly fell on Lin Ling because he noticed that Lin Ling's gaze was extremely cold. It was so cold that it penetrated his heart. Moreover, he could faintly sense a murderous aura. This made him feel very strange. After all, this was the first time he had met this white-haired man. Why would he have such a murderous aura towards him? "This is—" Xianxia couldn't help but ask Yuan Wenbing. Yuan Wenbing frowned. He had also sensed Lin Ling's murderous aura. This made him speechless. He had just said that Xianxia was very strong and ruthless. In the end, Yadu looked at Xianxia with such a gaze. Wasn't he courting death? He didn't know that Lin Ling had actually suppressed his murderous aura. Otherwise, his murderous aura would have been even stronger. "Yadu has one of the map fragments," Yuan Wenbing hurriedly explained. "He seems to be very hostile towards me." "It's just a soul," Xianxia said with a smile.
What he meant was that there was no need to give face to a soul.
Haha, that's his temperament. He's cold to everyone. However, don't underestimate him. He'd rather die than live in dishonor. He'll destroy the map fragments at any time. Yuan Wenbing explained. That's a character. Shen Yu laughed. It sounded like he was praising Yadu, but in fact, his murderous aura was rising. However, he understood Yuan Wenbing's words. Let's go. After a short conversation, the group set off again. Elder Xie and the others sneered. Yadu was like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth. Unless his strength increased greatly in the Dizong Palace, he would definitely die if he came out. Even in the Dizong Palace, if there was a chance, someone would probably kill him. They secretly admired this soul. It was like a lamb in the company of a wolf. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not know what everyone was thinking? He sneered in his heart. He couldn't kill all of them, but if there were one or two, he could kill them all with the sword of faith. These old monsters thought that Lin Ling was just a powerful soul. They didn't know that he was a soul with memories. As they continued forward, a sand fog appeared in front of them. It was impossible to see the path ahead. However, in front of the sand fog, there were 3 figures standing on the yellow sand. They seemed to be waiting for something. Shengu! Seeing the 3 of them, Yuan Wenbing shouted. They're here. At the same time, the 3 people in the desert stood up and looked at the group calmly. Shengu is easy to talk to. As long as you don't provoke him, he's very strong. Yuan Wenbing also introduced Lin Ling secretly. This made Lin Ling a little curious. Why did this person keep introducing him? The other 2 are Yi and Hei Ta. They are very strong. No one has seen them use their full strength because those who have seen them are all dead. Yuan Wenbing continued to introduce.
Lin Ling's gaze swept across and suddenly fell on one of them.
His pupils trembled violently, and he felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. If not for the fact that he had killed so many souls over the years, his cold emotions would have been exposed. He would have lost his composure long ago. This was because the person called Hei Ta was someone familiar. Although he had become very cold and didn't recognize him, Lin Ling still recognized him at a glance. He was none other than Saint Gi. Saint Gi had died before Lin Ling. To think that he had condensed a physical body now. There must be some secret behind this. Moreover, Saint Gi was very strong now. However, when he entered the underworld, everything on him should have been washed away. Lin Ling had many mysteries in his heart, but he didn't ask. After all, if Saint Gi didn't have his memories, asking too many questions would make him an enemy. Chapter 50-27. Dizong Palace is in the sandstorm. If you want to find it, you can only look at the map. Without a map, even 10,000 people will die. At this time, Elder Xie suddenly said, indicating for everyone to take out the map and check the route. Hearing this, everyone looked at the rolling sandstorm and knew how terrifying it was. Legend had it that if one did not have a corresponding route, entering it would be a narrow escape. They would enter the labyrinth of hell and be killed by the king of hell. In the underworld, the king of hell was a god. He was not someone they could fight against. Everyone took out their map fragments and pieced them together. However, they found that there was still one fragment missing. They could not help but search for it and found that it was Yadu. Yadu! Elder Xie suddenly laughed sinisterly. Lin Ling ignored him and walked forward. He took the pieced-together map and held it in front of him. What are you doing? Many old demons frowned, afraid that Lin Ling would snatch their map fragments and run away. However, Lin Ling also took out his map fragments and placed them on the map. It turned out that Lin Ling was worried about them, so he wanted to piece the map together himself. After all, if he handed over the map and it was robbed on the way, he would have no one to rely on. How cunning! Elder Xie secretly cursed. He was gloating because he knew that as long as Yadu took out the map, someone might snatch his map fragments. However, Yadu was not stupid. He took everyone's map and placed it in front of him, then pieced it together. In this way, as long as others acted rashly, not only could he destroy his map fragments, he could also destroy others. This white-haired man does not seem to be a newcomer. Some old monsters secretly muttered, very curious about Lin Ling's origin. After all, Lin Ling's every move was experienced. Only after going through many dangerous situations would he be able to do things so flawlessly. After the map was pieced together, It turned into a stone slab and clearly carved out a path. Lin Ling's soul force was strong. He immediately memorized it in his heart. Then he clapped his hands and the pieced map scattered. Why did you scatter the map? We need to use the map to find the right direction. Seeing Lin Ling's actions, all the old demons were shocked once again. I've memorized the map. Just follow me. Lin Ling said coldly as he slowly put away his map fragment. Hearing this, the old demons narrowed their eyes. Originally, after the map was pieced together, one person only needed to hold the map and follow the direction. During this process, if someone wanted to harm Lin Ling, it would be very convenient. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would actually remember the direction of the map and retrieve his map fragment? As such, they could only follow Lin Ling. Who is this person? He's hostile to me, but his personality is cold and his actions are strange. Xianxia narrowed her eyes as she looked at Lin Ling. In the end, she remained silent. It could be considered that she had tacitly approved of Lin Ling's actions. Now that the Xianxia palace was right in front of him, he didn't want to complicate matters. He had plenty of chances to kill souls like Lin Ling. Then let's go. Yuan Wenbing took a deep look at Lin Ling as he spoke. He memorized it, but we didn't. Why should we listen to him? Elder Xie and the other old monsters were very dissatisfied. Let him lead the way. However, at this moment, another person spoke. It was He Ta. Shengu looked at He Ta strangely, as if he was curious why He Ta, who had always been silent, would take the initiative to speak. However, he nodded and said, as long as we find the Xianxia palace, everything else is trivial. With him speaking, although the other old demons were angry, they didn't say anything. Lin Ling took a large step and entered the sand fog. Behind him, Nan Wan hurriedly followed, as if she was afraid that if she left Lin Ling's side, she would be killed. Everyone didn't say much and followed Lin Ling into the sand fog. Then, they realized that the sand fog was extremely terrifying. They could only see 3 meters in front of them. Any further was blocked by the sand. Moreover, they used their divine abilities, but they still couldn't see through the sand fog. Moreover, they were flying in mid-air and couldn't see the ground at all. This is the legendary Xianxia Sand Fog Sea. TSKSK, this is my first time here. 7 Emotions Ancient Emperor. Can you see anything with your abilities? I can't see anything. The sand is too powerful. It has the power of Buddha and prevents me from seeing anything. As they walked, they whispered to each other. Have you memorized the map? Elder Xie asked. No, the map is too big. It looks simple but it's actually very profound. I took a few glances and only knew the general direction. Me too. I only remembered the starting path. However, after entering, I have no idea how the path corresponds to the sand fog. How is it that Yadu knew with a single glance? Could it be that his soul is stronger than ours? This Yadu is a little mysterious. When he's done with his use, we'll capture him and interrogate him. They stared at Lin Ling in front of them, their eyes filled with malice. Lin Ling continued to lead the way, as though he didn't know what they were thinking. In fact, he had already guessed what these old demons were thinking. Unfortunately, even if they knew, it didn't matter. At least they wouldn't dare to touch him for the time being. Look, the palace. Suddenly, someone pointed to the front and said. Amidst the hazy sand fog, a huge shadow faintly appeared. Although the shadow wasn't very clear, it was still the shadow of a palace. We're here. Let's go in. Elder Xie and the others laughed. However, Shen Yu's eyes flashed. She suddenly asked Lin Ling, Yadu, have we arrived? He looked like he was talking to a friend, but those who knew him well knew that he didn't have any friends because his friends had all died at his hands. No, that's fake. After entering, we'll probably enter the Hell Labyrinth. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said indifferently. Originally, he didn't want to warn these people and send them to their deaths. However, he thought about it again. They only knew the route. Who knew if they would need the map fragment next? Therefore, these people couldn't die for now. What? Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old demons' faces changed. They frowned at Lin Ling and asked, How can you be sure? The map said that the palaces in front were fake. Didn't you see it? Lin Ling asked. The old demons' faces turned cold. They had seen it, but they hadn't remembered it. Since Yadu is familiar with it, Yidu will continue to lead the way, Yuan Wenbing suddenly said. Although they were unhappy with Lin Ling, after this incident, they trusted Lin Ling more. Lin Ling continued to move forward at a steady pace.
Along the way, they encountered another palace.
Have we arrived?
Shen Yu asked Lin Ling. No.
Lin Ling continued to move forward. Next was the second, third, and fourth palace. Chapter 50-28. None of these palaces are real. Yidu, are you messing with us? Elder Xie was getting impatient. Every time they passed a palace, Yidu would say no. But to them, each palace was different. Why would Yidu think they were fake? Could it be that Yidu was leading them in circles?
However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to lead the way. You're courting death.
Elder Xie's face turned cold and he immediately reached out his hand to grab Lin Ling.
However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice his attack and continued to move forward.
At the critical moment, an arm suddenly grabbed Elder Xie's wrist. It was Yuan Wenbing.
He said coldly, "The sand fog is very dangerous.
Legend has it that there are soul-devouring demons. Now that he is leading the way, we have not seen a single soul-devouring demon. This means that he is on the right path. His path is correct. If you make a move against him, it's the same as killing us."
Ah!
Elder Xie screamed angrily and finally retracted his underworld aura. But who knows if he's just leading us around in circles?
A man covered in ghostly aura suddenly asked.
Hearing this, Yuan Wenbing fell silent. In fact, he did not know what Lin Ling wanted to do. After all, they had passed hundreds of palaces. Why were they not there yet? Moreover, had Lin Ling really memorized the map? We're here.
At this moment, Lin Ling said and stopped in the sky. Everyone immediately looked down and saw the shadow of a huge palace. However, although this palace was different from the ones they had seen before, why was Lin Ling so sure it was this one? One had to know that if they failed, they would enter the underworld and be tortured to death by the 18 levels of hell. After Lin Ling said that, he did not explain and flew down to the ground. The closer they got to the ground, the more the sand fog began to move. Many illusions appeared. There were all kinds of illusions. They were the illusions of the 18 levels of hell. The images were extremely tragic. Some were chopped in half and died. Some were fed to dogs every day. Some were bitten by millions of underworld ants, etc. All around them were hideous yakshas, imps, and other things. They were all letting out strange cries that made one's scalp tingle. However, Lin Ling had cultivated for many years and his Tao heart was stable. He was not moved at all. His gaze was fixed on the pitch-black shadow of the palace. This sand fog actually has such power. Fortunately, we're flying high enough. Yuan Wenbing and the others were following behind him, and they were all terrified when they saw this scene. If not for Lin Ling leading the way, they might have been bewitched by the scenes of hell and lost their way. Not long after, the group arrived at the ground. They saw that the yellow sand here was motionless, so much so that there was no wind. In front of them was a mottled palace. It seemed that no one had entered or exited it for many years. Most importantly, besides the strangeness of the palace, there was actually nothing magical about it. This is the Dizong Palace? Nan Wan frowned. If this was a fake Dizong Palace, they would die if they entered. It was inevitable that she would be worried. Feng Du.
Shen Yu also looked at Lin Ling. That's right, this is the real Dizong Palace. Lin Ling turned around to look at the group and pointed at the 18 pillars around the palace. Previously, we passed through several hundred palaces, but only this palace has 18 pillars. How did you see it so clearly? Everyone was shocked. The man with the ghostly aura suddenly frowned and said, "You lied to us. Previously, I was also investigating the palaces, but I saw that many of them had pillars." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes narrowed, and murderous intent leaked out. Was this Feng Du trying to kill all of them? However, Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent, and he was unmoved. He said to the man, "You saw the previous palace?" "Of course." The man replied coldly. "Then did you see clearly if there were 18 pillars in those palaces?" Lin Ling said again, "I said that this palace is the only one with 18 pillars, but it doesn't mean that the previous palaces didn't have pillars. Can you understand human language?" Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered. He could not answer.
He had a powerful dark art and could roughly see through the sand fog, so he saw many palaces. However, he did not notice if those palaces had 18 pillars.
Fengdu, so what if there are 18 pillars?
Yuan Wenbing walked over and tried to smooth things over. Only when all 18 pillars are activated can the door of the Dizong Palace be opened.
If you don't believe me, you can try, Lin Ling said lightly.
Hearing this, a black stone appeared in Elder Xie's hand, and he threw it at one of the pillars. The stone was extremely strange. It looked ordinary, but it seemed to be suppressing a powerful spiritual qi. This was the dark stone, an extremely precious item. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He felt that the spiritual qi of the treasure was very dense. If he had a physical body, he could use the stone to quickly recover his cultivation. Previously, he had asked everyone to give him a treasure. These old monsters seemed to be reluctant to part with their treasures, but in fact, they did not take out their real treasures.
Rumble.
When the black stone landed near the stone pillar, it gradually turned into mist and disappeared. The stone pillar gradually glowed as if it had been awakened from ancient times.
Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed.
It seemed that Fengdu was right.
It's your turn.
Elder Xie looked at everyone and said.
Everyone looked troubled.
In the end, they took out treasures one after another and threw them at the stone pillars. Gradually, the stone pillars also lit up. However, some of the treasures they took out didn't have enough spiritual energy, so some of the pillars were only half lit up. Soon after, these old demons took out some more treasures with reluctance. They looked at the treasures for a long time before throwing them out. Gradually, all 17 stone pillars lit up. There was only one left.
Fengdu, it's your turn.
There were a total of 18 map fragments and 18 stone pillars. Now, there was only one left, which was Lin Ling's.
I don't have any treasures.
Lin Ling shook his head.
No treasures?
We gave you a lot of treasures before. Hearing this, the old monsters immediately said coldly.
It's all used up.
Lin Ling's expression did not change. Moreover, I was responsible for leading the way here.
This is the treasure I paid.
As for the remaining stone pillar, you can do as you see fit. Seeing this, everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, with the Dizong Palace in sight, they held back. Then, they took out their treasures and threw them at the last stone pillar.
Rumble.
The 18 stone pillars began to move and slowly revolved around the palace. Although they were not fast, they had a heavy feeling. It was as if any living thing that got close to the stone pillars would turn into ashes. After the 18 stone pillars revolved for a while, they finally stopped moving. Then, the palace's door slowly opened. A gust of wind that seemed to have been sealed for several eras spread out, blowing everyone's robes. At this moment, everyone was laughing.
Chapter 50-29.
Seeing the door open, the crowd was excited.
Let's go.
It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but they wanted to rush into the Dizong Palace. Hold on, there are many people here who are just here to make up the numbers. I think we should settle old scores before we enter. But at this moment, someone interrupted the excited crowd and looked coldly at Lin Ling. This person was Elder Xie. Hearing Elder Xie's words, everyone stopped in their tracks. Many of them had bad intentions. Lin Ling had extorted many of their treasures. Now that they had found the Dizong Palace, they felt that it was time to kill this white-haired man. You want to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Beside Lin Ling, Nan Wan's expression changed. She was filled with fear and wanted to leave Lin Ling, afraid of being implicated. But in the end, she held herself back. Because even if she left Lin Ling, it would be easy for these old demons to kill her.
Interesting.
Shen Yu's eyes were also filled with cold killing intent. With his temperament, it was already good that he did not attack immediately. After all, most of the time when he killed people, the other party did not even have time to react. But this time, surprisingly, he did not attack casually. Perhaps he felt that everyone wanted to kill Yadu if he attacked. It would be too easy for others to guess his intentions. That would not be fun. This man might die in the next moment, but he can still be so calm. However, not everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. At least, many of them wanted to watch a good show. But Lin Ling's unchanging cold expression shocked them. They were even more certain that this white-haired man had a story. Can you guarantee that the map fragment will not be used inside?
Lin Ling finally spoke. His voice was cold and unmoved. Hearing this, everyone frowned. Hee, trying to use the map fragment to scare us again. Let me tell you, this trick can only be used once. If you use it twice, no one will believe you. Elder Xie sneered, ignoring Lin Ling's words. Elder Xie, he's right. Although we have found the Dizong Palace, we don't know what dangers lie within. If he destroys the map fragment and we need it later, we will have come for nothing. Wen Yuanbing said. Damn it. Do I have to watch him be arrogant again? Without a doubt, Elder Xie wanted to kill Lin Ling the most. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Ling. Caution is the parent of safety. He's right. At this moment, the Black Tower, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Seeing that they had said so, the others nodded one after another and began to persuade them. Although they didn't like Yadu, the treasure was more important. They could kill Yadu at any time. Yadu, you are so King lucky. Seeing that everyone had spoken up, Elder Xie gritted his teeth and finally strode toward the Xianxia palace. The others followed one after another. After they entered, they suddenly realized that the Xianxia palace was incomparably huge, as if it was a universe of its own. They couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Moreover, both the ground and the sky were like great halls, except that they were very tall and very wide. There was a stone statue in front of him. It was the image of a bodhisattva with a sharp mouth and sharp teeth. It gave people a strange feeling. It had 6 arms, each holding a whip. This is the Dizong Palace? Everyone was puzzled. They looked around, but they didn't see any rare treasures. Let's move forward. In the end, all of them didn't want to stay here any longer. Firstly, this place was completely empty without any treasures. Secondly, the enormous stone statue before them caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable, and it was as if the stone statue was constantly staring at them. A total of 19 people carefully moved forward, wary of any sudden changes. However, they didn't encounter anything scary along the way until they were about to pass by the statue. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came, frightening everyone into stopping in their tracks. They subconsciously looked at the huge stone statue and suddenly realized that the stone statue was a stone statue. The 3 heads of the statue were actually looking at them. Not good. Someone roared. Whoosh. Before the voice could finish, the ground shook. A large net rose from the ground and a huge net fell from the sky. The heaven and earth nets were incomparably huge. If they were placed in the void of the 9 states, they would probably be able to cover the entire 9 states. The void. Inside the net, all the old demons' faces changed drastically. Run! They didn't dare to stay. They only wanted to rush out of the net immediately. They all felt that if they were caught in the net, they would probably die. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth nets were too big. No matter how fast they were, they still felt like they were running in the vast universe. Rumble! Behind them, to their left and right, and even in the sky, the huge net was slowly closing in. Snakes! There are so many snakes! Someone suddenly stared at the ground and saw many strange-looking snakes slithering out from the huge net that was rising into the sky. There were so many of them that it made one's scalp tingle. Moreover, these snakes weren't big. They were only as thick as arms and had coxcombs on their heads. It was extremely strange. This is Bodhisattva Shiva. The man covered in ghostly aura seemed to have thought of something and shouted in horror. Bodhisattva Shiva was an extremely ancient giant god of the universe. He wasn't someone they could fight against. According to legend, when the underworld was in chaos, Bodhisattva Xianxia swore that he wouldn't become a Buddha until hell was empty. He led a large number of Buddhas into the underworld to suppress hell. Until now, he still hadn't returned. Bodhisattva Shiva was one of them. Quick, if we are bitten by these snakes, even gods will be poisoned to death. Charge out of the net. The old demons were even more panicked. They rushed forward at full speed. Lin Ling and Nan Wan did the same. However, they were weaker and were at the back. Not good, what is this? However, rushing fast didn't mean safety. This was because the old demon at the front was the fastest. Suddenly, he was entangled by a rope. Upon closer inspection, it was a whip. The whip was extremely long and was connected to the huge statue behind. This was the whip in the hand of Bodhisattva Shiva. Save me. That person panicked and even forgot to use the whip. As he shouted, A few more whips arrived and entangled his limbs and neck.
Next, a large number of coxcomb snakes slithered over and crawled all over his body.
Dang! At this moment, that old demon finally reacted. His body erupted with blood-red flames. His divine power reached 50 billion and killed a large number of coxcomb snakes.
However, he couldn't do anything to those whips.
When he was bitten, he completely lost the ability to resist and let out a painful cry. It seemed that the venom of the coxcomb snakes not only countered the giant gods of the universe, but could also make gods die in pain.
Come here.
The one closest to that old demon was Xianxia.
She waved her arm and a ray of moonlight shone out.
It landed on that old demon and took away a rock fragment. It was the map. Chapter 50-30. Everyone, hurry up. If you die here, no one can save you. Moreover, it's a small matter if you die. I hope you can hand over the map fragment before you die.
Wen Yuanbing shouted and rushed forward as well. Although that was what he said, they did not dare to throw their lives away for the sake of the map fragments if there were any unforeseen circumstances.
Previously, Xianxia was close to the old fiend, so she took the map fragment. Behind the crowd, Lin Ling and Nan Wan were the slowest. Nan Wan was so scared that her face turned pale. She had never expected Dizong Palace to be so dangerous. Now, it seemed that they were the slowest and would be swallowed by the giant net at any time.
Looking at Lin Ling, his expression was cold and he did not show any signs of panic.
Most importantly, he had experienced too many dangers in his life and had long developed a fearless character. However, he was also very serious. He knew how terrifying this giant net was.
Ah, save me.
But at this moment, Nan Wan's voice came from beside him. Nan Wan was blocked by a few coxcomb snakes. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he slashed viciously, killing the coxcomb snakes.
Thank you.
Nan Wan thanked Lin Ling. However, before she could escape, among the coxcomb snakes that Lin Ling had killed, a thumb-sized red snake shot out and bit Nan Wan's shoulder. This change happened too quickly, so quickly that Lin Ling could not react in time.
Save me, save me.
Nan Wan was poisoned and groaned in pain. She fell from the sky and was gradually swallowed by the coxcomb snakes. She looked at Lin Ling pleadingly, hoping that Lin Ling could help her.
Lin Ling looked at her deeply and pondered for a moment. Finally, he flew into the distance. It was not that he did not want to save her, but that he could not.
Moreover, Lin Ling had already killed a wave of coxcomb snakes for her. He had done his best. However, he did not expect that there would be venomous snakes hidden in the bodies of the coxcomb snakes.
You do save me, don't go.
Seeing Lin Ling disappear, Nan Wan screamed even more painfully. There was even resentment in her eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't know that if Lin Ling helped, Lin Ling would also die there. Moreover, this was the Dizong Palace. No one had 100% confidence that they could survive. If they died here, it could only be said that their lives were not tough enough. Although Lin Ling had abandoned Nan Wan, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was not a kind person. She was just a passerby. If he could save her, then he would. If he could not, then what was the big deal about abandoning her? After cultivating for so many years, he already knew that strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. Good and evil were just personal opinions.
Not good.
Suddenly, Lin Ling frowned. Although he didn't save Nan Wan earlier, he did by some time. Now, the path ahead of him was sealed by the giant net. His expression changed as he turned around and flew to the other side. Lin Ling, let me help you. With your speed, it'll probably be very difficult for you to escape from this heaven and earth double net. At this moment, Guang Qingzi's voice drifted over. In the underworld and hell, he didn't dare to appear casually for fear that he would be discovered by the underworld. However, it was different here. Even if he appeared, the underworld might not be able to discover him. All right. Lin Ling also knew that it was impossible to escape from the heaven and earth double net with the speed of his soul. At the same time, Guang Qingzi appeared in front of Lin Ling. He held Lin Ling's soul in one hand and then flew forward. His speed was 100 times faster than Lin Ling's. Lin Ling didn't have a physical body. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't be that slow. As they flew, Lin Ling realized just how big the giant net was. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they barely managed to break out of the giant net.
After a while, Lin Ling stood up and looked at the giant net that was constantly shrinking. His expression was extremely solemn. If he had been a step slower, he would have been sealed in the universe of the giant net and died completely. His personal death was a small matter. However, who would bring Yu and the others back? Who would seek revenge? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's desire to live and become stronger became even stronger. Beware of Shiva's whip. It's best to go further away. Guang Chengzi looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and flew into the distance. Along the way, Lin Ling was extremely cautious. After walking for an entire day, the ground was still the same as before. It was shocking. A day later, Guang Chengzi returned to the square prison. However, the ground gradually began to change. It no longer felt like they were in the hall. Instead, it felt like they had arrived in another world. The ground was still like a plain. However, there were huge rocks on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they looked like gods standing on the ground. I wonder if they escaped. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he was traveling alone, the disadvantage was that it was more dangerous. The advantage was that he didn't have to be wary of Elder Xie and the others. Lin Ling, look. There are traces of a huge battle ahead. After traveling for a long time, Guang Chengzi's voice sounded. There were large amounts of rubble on the ground. These rubble were clearly different from the towering boulders on the ground. Clearly, they were traces of a huge battle. From the looks of it, the battle didn't last long. It should be that group of old fiends. Lin Ling said after investigating for a moment. This means that there are dangers in the boulders. Be careful. Guang Chengzi immediately said. Lin Ling nodded. He slowed down and proceeded carefully. Before long, a corpse appeared in front of him. The corpse had already turned into a dried corpse. However, through the tattered clothes, Lin Ling could tell that this person was from the previous team. One person. He's dead. Lin Ling's expression was grave. What kind of danger did he encounter? In an unknown land, one was most afraid of encountering unknown dangers. If one had a bad mentality and an unstable Dao heart, it would be enough to scare oneself. His map fragment was taken away by someone else. Do you think it's possible that his own people attacked his own people? Guang Chengzi guessed. That's possible. Lin Ling nodded. He looked carefully at the corpse and found nothing strange. However, from the looks of it, the corpse seemed to be looking into the distance and pointing in a certain direction as if yearning to go there. This feeling was like a thirsty person in the desert looking for water, and there was water in front of him. Lin Ling hurriedly looked in the direction the corpse was pointing, and immediately found a huge boulder ahead. This boulder was a little different from the ones he had seen before. It was shorter and bigger, like a nest covering the ground. What's that? Guang Chengzi also stared at the boulder, then said in deep thought, I think I've seen this kind of boulder before. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then his expression changed drastically. Oh no, let's leave this place immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards the huge rock at an unprecedented speed. What happened? Guang Chengzi asked with a grave expression. Previously, they were moving forward cautiously at a slow speed. Now, why did Lin Ling suddenly increase his speed? Was he not afraid of triggering a sudden danger? Chapter 50-31. Lin Ling, what you said makes sense. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Guang Chengzi's voice turned solemn. Lin Ling, speed up. In fact, there was no need for him to say more. Lin Ling had already flown towards the huge boulder in front of him. Upon closer inspection, the boulder looked more like a fortress. Furthermore, it had a huge door. Woo-woo. As Lin Ling approached the fortress, there was a change in front of him. A huge hurricane surged along the ground at an extremely fast speed. Lin Ling did not know what the hurricane was, but he could tell that it was extremely strange. Wherever it passed, the huge boulder did not seem to be affected. It's a living creature. Lin Ling instantly confirmed. After estimating the distance between the two sides, he realized that if he reached the boulder, he would have to face the hurricane. Lin Ling, run or advance. Guang Chengzi's voice drifted over. It was even more solemn than before. Now, Lin Ling had two choices. One was to bite the bullet and charge into the fortress. However, no one could guarantee what was in the fortress. Perhaps the fortress was the most dangerous place. The other was to turn around and flee. Without a doubt, Turning around and fleeing was safer. Lin Ling was also constantly pondering. Now, he did not have the strength he had in the past. Many things were restricted. Lin Ling, make a decision quickly. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Guang Chengzi shouted again to remind Lin Ling. Charge! Finally, Lin Ling made a decision. His intuition told him that turning around and fleeing would be more dangerous. You lunatic! Guang Chengzi's idea was actually to turn around and flee. However, now that Lin Ling had made a decision, he could only let Lin Ling do as he wished. Whoosh! Lin Ling's soul charged forward and gradually collided with the hurricane. At this moment, Lin Ling saw clearly that the hurricane was formed by strange little beasts. These little beasts were about the size of a finger and were shaped like Xianxias. It had horns on its head and sharp fangs, but it also had wings on its back. They gathered together and flew, ignoring the inanimate objects and flying towards the living. Bang bang bang! When Lin Ling got closer and closer, he realized that these little beasts were also staring at him, and then crazily bit at him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling's entire body was covered with little beasts that were crazily biting his soul. It turned out that these strange little beasts would eat anything other than dead things. They would not even let go of souls. That person must have encountered these little beasts and died in their mouths. But what made Lin Ling feel strange was that although these little beasts were scary, they were not fatal. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling tried to attack. He activated the universe's 3 extremes break and swept across a large area of small beasts. Bang bang! A large number of small beasts fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. Buzz buzz buzz. Strange noises immediately came from the hurricane, as if small beasts were shouting. Lin Ling, it's not good. There are more small beasts coming from that side. Guang Chengzi sensed something and hurriedly informed Lin Ling. Only then did Lin Ling realize that there was a black mass in the distance. The sky was filled with small beasts that looked like Yikshaws flying over. It made one's scalp tingle. He finally knew how the old demon had died. It turned out that he had killed a lot of small beasts, and in the end, a large number of small beasts devoured his essence and died. When encountering these small beasts, one must not kill them. However, if one did not find a place to avoid the small beasts, even if one did not kill them, it would still be difficult to escape death. It was like being entangled by a vampire. If one did not kill the vampire, one's blood would be sucked dry sooner or later. If one killed the vampire, there would be more vampires coming. Fortunately, Lin Ling was already very close to the fortress. He rushed over crazily, arrived at the door, and pushed it open with difficulty. Lin Ling did not know what was inside the fortress. At this time, he could only gamble. Walala! The door was pushed open, and Lin Ling rushed in. To his surprise, the small beasts outside the fortress did not follow in. Instead, the small beasts were still crawling on his body. However, after entering the fortress, they all fell to the ground powerlessly and trembled all over. It was effective. Seeing this scene, Lin Ling finally relaxed. He knew that he had escaped a disaster. Rumble! Lin Ling did not dare to take the risk. He quickly closed the door and sat on the ground powerlessly. Fortunately, you chose to rush forward. If you retreated and ran away, you would have been entangled by these things. You couldn't kill them, and your soul would have been scattered in the end. Guang Chengzi said admiringly. At that time, he almost chose to let Lin Ling die. His head ran away. It's not much better now. My soul has been devoured by 20%. It's back to 60%. Lin Ling said with a wry smile. In just a short period of time, 20% of his soul had been devoured. If it had been delayed any longer, his soul would have been scattered. I don't know what this fortress is. Those small beasts don't dare to come close. Guang Chengzi checked the fortress for Lin Ling, and then told Lin Ling that there was a second floor. After hearing this, Lin Ling recovered for a moment, and then walked to the second floor. He saw that there were 4 windows on the second floor, and it seemed that he could see the outside world. The area was not big, but there were words on the wall that said, "Young Marquis came here to find the mirror realm." But he couldn't find the key. Here's a note. Young Marquis? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It seemed that someone had already come to the Xitagaba palace. However, the person seemed to have failed and did not find the mirror realm. What is the mirror realm? Guang Chengzi was also puzzled. He guessed, According to legend, Xianxia Bodhisattva entered the underworld to suppress the demons and activated the mirror realm. In the mirror realm, the most terrifying demons and ghosts of the underworld are inside. Could this be the mirror realm? This young marquis must have a powerful background. He came here specifically for the mirror realm, but he couldn't find the key. Lin Ling nodded. If he found the key and entered the mirror realm, wouldn't he enter the world of demons and ghosts? Those demons and ghosts could only be suppressed by Xianxia Bodhisattva. What's the use of finding the key? Guang Chengzi pondered. I feel that entering the mirror realm is the only way to reach the center of the Xianxia Palace. Although it's very dangerous there, perhaps there are greater opportunities there. Lin Ling frowned. Then, he did not think too much about it. He went to the window and looked into the distance. He saw that there was nothing in this ancient land except for huge rocks. There's an ancient castle over there. Lin Ling suddenly realized that there was more than one castle. In the distant horizon, he could vaguely see a similar ancient castle, but it was very far away. Then, he went to another window and found that the small beasts were still wandering outside the castle. Although there were fewer of them, they still did not disperse. Obviously, they were waiting for Lin Ling. What a terrifying thing. It seems that I can only wait now. Lin Ling sighed. After a rough inspection, he did not find anything strange in the castle. He went back to the first floor. Chapter 50-32. Die! Lin Ling activated his soul force and killed the little beast. Then, he felt a rich soul force from the little beast. Lin Ling was overjoyed. This soul force was much stronger than the souls of the dead. He immediately swallowed it. Then, he killed all the little beasts on the ground and recovered his soul force. After a long time, most of the little beasts on the ground were dead. There were only a few dozen left. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He took the little beasts that were not dead and went to the second floor. After killing them, he threw them out. Wang wang wang. The dead little beasts fell to the ground and immediately attracted more little beasts. The sky in front of him was filled with them. It was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the fort was surrounded again. Although they did not dare to approach, they flew around the fort, unwilling to leave. Attract some more. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After swallowing a large number of little beast souls, his soul force had recovered a bit. If he attracted some more, his soul force would recover again. Thinking of this, he told Guang Chengzi his idea and got Guang Chengzi's approval. Then, he rushed out of the fort and attracted a large number of little beasts. After they crawled all over his body, he rushed back into the fort. This time, the time he rushed out was very short. But it still caused Lin Ling's soul force to suffer a great loss. However, he believed that after swallowing the little beast's souls, it would be a win-win situation. Sure enough, after Lin Ling swallowed all the little beasts, his soul force recovered to 70%. Then, he rushed out again to attract more little beasts. Gradually, his soul force recovered to 80%. Time quietly passed. Relying on the continuous swallowing of little beasts, Lin Ling's soul force recovered to 90%, 100%. All of his soul force recovered to its original state. His current strength was almost comparable to his past strength. It was just that the number of times he could use soul force was limited. However, Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he continued to devour souls and increase his strength. Now, he did not have a physical body. His only method was soul force. The greater the increase in soul force, the higher the chance of survival. 1 year passed, 2 years passed, 3 years passed, a full 10 years. Lin Ling continued to devour the little beasts. His soul was more than twice as strong as before. The little beasts that he devoured were simply unfathomable. But what surprised Lin Ling was that these little beasts seemed to be endless. Even after killing so many, their numbers still didn't decrease. As for Lin Ling's soul power, it had gone from 1 million steps to 2 million steps. With his soul force greatly improved, Lin Ling's strength increased by leaps and bounds. Using his Tao regression heavenly position, he could actually sense the Lin Ling universe. Luckily, the Lin Ling universe was well hidden. Grandpa and the others were not targeted by the silver moon race. Universe Lin Ling can sense it. Maybe I can bring Universe Lin Ling here. If so, my strength will be greatly improved. After Lin Ling entered the underworld, He had been secretly increasing his strength. Now, he finally felt the return of his strength. However, after his soul power reached 2 million steps, Lin Ling also found that the effect of devouring the little beasts was very weak. Moreover, after he walked out of the fortress, there were very few little beasts that followed him into the fortress. It seemed that he had devoured too many little beasts, causing his soul power to have the aura of the little beasts. Those little beasts no longer paid attention to him. The hurricane whirlpool in the distance has been there for 10 years. I wonder who it is. On this day, Lin Ling stood on the second floor and looked into the distance through the window. There was also a huge whirlpool that had been there for 10 years. In these 10 years, Lin Ling observed it every day and found that the whirlpool had not weakened at all. He guessed that there must be someone trapped in the whirlpool. It was probably one of the 18 people who entered the Dizong Palace. Moreover, the whirlpool was in the middle of the two fortresses. It was really difficult to escape. Let's go. After that, Lin Ling left the fortress. After 10 years, he could finally move forward without fear of the little beasts. Outside the fortress, there were still many little beasts. However, after noticing Lin Ling, they only circled around and gradually ignored Lin Ling. Because half of Lin Ling's soul was transformed from the little beast's souls, he was naturally seen as a little beast. Along the way, Lin Ling was no longer in danger. He slowed down and constantly checked his surroundings but did not find anything. It was only when he walked close to the whirlpool that he discovered that there was indeed someone inside. Moreover, it was a huge crab. Who are you? How about you help me? Moreover, as if sensing that someone was watching from afar, a human voice came from the crab. Looking carefully, this crab had a hard shell. It was relying on this shell to block the little beast's devouring. However, at this moment, the shell was riddled with holes and was bitten beyond recognition. As for the crab, it shrank into the shell like a tortoise. Lin Ling did not speak and continued watching quietly. In fact, if he really wanted to save this person, he could do it. However, why should he save him? If he saved an expert, it would be even more troublesome. I am Elder Xia. Sir, if you help me, I will give you a large amount of treasures. Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the crab spoke. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It was Elder Xia? This old man had always wanted to kill him, and now he was in such a state. I am Yadu. Lin Ling finally spoke. The crab was completely silent, as if in disbelief. Yadu was not dead? Moreover, Yadu was watching him being bitten by the little beasts. This scene could be described as a reversal of fortune. You! Elder Xia roared angrily. He knew that Yadu would definitely not help him. I didn't expect you to be alive. However, I won't die so easily. I won't make a fool of myself. Just you wait. When I escape, the first person I kill will be you. The crab roared angrily. Inside the shell, an old man sat cross-legged. A white seahorse appeared in his hand. He looked at the seahorse with reluctance. Little Hai, I have searched for a way to escape, but I still can't. If I hadn't been hiding in the shell, I probably wouldn't have lasted 10 years. Now, I know that it's useless to continue holding on, so I have to rely on you. The white seahorse looked at Elder Xia and understood his meaning. It nodded, but tears flowed out of its eyes. Little Hai, if I rule the universe in the future, I will definitely change your fate and return you a body. Elder Xia said coldly, then threw the seahorse out. The moment the seahorse appeared, it attracted the attention of countless little beasts. Elder Xia used the seahorse as an excuse to abandon the shell and escape. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Ling, and his eyes instantly narrowed. Because he saw the white-haired man not far away, who was watching this scene coldly. The terrifying thing was that the little beasts in the surroundings didn't seem to notice him. Yadu, you're on your own. Chapter 50-33. Elder Xia was very weak now. Although he wanted to kill Yadu quickly, he wanted to leave immediately to recover. When he thought of the dead seahorse, he felt like his heart was being stabbed. He felt like he owed the seahorse his life. At this moment, something was thrown at him. When he turned around, his pupils constricted. F***K. Elder Xia could not help but curse. This was because he saw Yadu kill the small beasts and throw them at him. Why was Yadu still not leaving? He suddenly recalled that 10 years ago, when he first met these small beasts, He had killed many of them in a fit of anger. In the end, he was surrounded by a large group of small beasts. You are crazy. You will attract a large number of small beasts. Elder Xie's expression changed instantly as he shouted anxiously. If not for his lack of strength, he would have killed this despicable white-haired man. Lin Ling's expression did not change as he said coldly, "So what if I attract them? I'm not afraid of small beasts." "But I'm afraid." Elder Xie was trembling with anger. "What does that have to do with me?" Lin Ling replied coldly. After he said that, he threw out a large number of small beasts. In a blink of an eye, the ground was filled with them. Wang wang wang. At the same time, in the distance, behind him, tornadoes began to appear. Clearly, countless small beasts were attracted. This made Elder Xie's pupils tremble. He had been trapped by these small beasts for 10 years and had just escaped. Now, he had to face these small beasts again. If you want to find a safe place, you can only go to the fort in the distance. However, before you reach the fort, these small beasts will hold you back. Lin Ling said indifferently. "You despicable." Elder Xie stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He looked around and knew that he could not escape. Lin Ling also stopped and looked at him indifferently. Elder Xie had been targeting him and wanted to kill him. Now, he had finally met his match. Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Elder Xie kept analyzing and finally decided to go all out, choosing to perish together with Lin Ling. "Just you? You are not worthy," Lin Ling said indifferently. "Do you think I've been keeping quiet because I'm afraid of you? I'm just too lazy to kill you in front of everyone." Shameless boasting. Elder Xie did not believe that a mere soul could be his match. Crab pincers appeared in his hand as he pounced at Lin Ling with a ferocious godly power. The pincers grew in size and came clamping down like 2 mountains. Although Elder Xie looked weak, he was still hiding his strength. Moreover, death was near. In his anger, he wanted Lin Ling to die with him. Lin Ling's mouth was full of disdain. The sword of faith appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Rumble! The sword of faith clashed with the crab pincer and instantly broke it. Elder Crab spat out a large mouthful of blood and was stunned. How could this Fang poison be so strong? Wasn't he a soul? Why was the soul also able to activate the divine essence method? Now you should know how foolish you were when you wanted me dead. Lin Ling looked at Elder Xie indifferently and did not kill him. His words stunned Elder Xie, as though he had been struck by lightning. He knew. Back then, he had seen Lin Ling bring a map fragment, and it was a soul. Therefore, he wanted to steal Lin Ling's map fragment. He also believed that Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to join them. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was even stronger than him. Enjoy this final piece of heaven and earth. Lin Ling still did not kill Elder Xie. He left with large strides. In front of him, a terrifying hurricane was approaching. However, Lin Ling successfully passed through the hurricane. The hurricane headed straight for Elder Xie, entangling him. "Fang poison, save me. Save me. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have attacked you. Please save me." Only now did Elder Xie know who he had provoked. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of killing Lin Ling. He only hoped that Lin Ling could save his life. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not a kind person. How could he save him? He strode towards the fortress in the distance, allowing Elder Xie to be devoured by the little beasts. After a long time, he arrived at the fortress. Lin Ling entered the fortress and found it empty. However, there was a small line of words in the corner. It was left behind by the Marquis. Could it be that the Marquis left behind words in every fortress? Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. There are fortresses along the way. I think the next fortress will really have words left behind by the Marquis. Guang Chengzi said. Lin Ling nodded. After waiting for a long time, he left the fortress and returned to where Elder Xie was surrounded. He then saw Elder Xie's corpse. He had turned into a mummy, his body as stiff as a rock. Perhaps because he had turned into an inanimate object, the little beasts had scattered. However, Elder Xie looked miserable before he died. His expression was ferocious and full of desire. It was a desire to live. Lin Ling was expressionless. He searched Elder Xie's body for map fragments and found a large number of treasures. Then he left. After a long time, he reached the next fortress. There were words left behind by the Marquis. The Marquis seemed to be afraid of getting lost, so he left words in every fortress. Of course, Lin Ling also saw footprints in the fortress. It seemed like someone else had entered before him. Lin Ling guessed that it was someone from the team. Next, Lin Ling left without stopping. When he reached the next fortress, he found the words left behind by the Marquis. After finding 3 more in a row, Lin Ling finally felt that something was wrong. According to this direction, I'm following the same path as the junior Marquis. However, the words left behind at the first fort are different. That means the junior Marquis left those words behind when he went back. The reason he went back is because he didn't find the mirror dimension. Therefore, even if I follow the fortress, I still won't be able to find the mirror realm in the end. Moreover, the large group is also going in this direction. This means that everyone who entered this place used the fortress as a reference point to move forward and eventually went the wrong way. Lin Ling continued to analyze. You are right. Guang Chengzi's voice floated out. Because of the little beasts, most people do not want to stray too far from the fortress. This means that they can only follow the fortress. That is not the path to the mirror realm. Let's go in another direction. Lin Ling immediately suggested, and Guang Chengzi agreed. Although they didn't know what the mirror dimension was, the Marquis had actually entered the Xianxia palace once. This meant that he was extremely strong. He had also come for the mirror dimension. This meant that the mirror dimension was the real location of the Xianxia palace. A great treasure. The fortresses are connected in a line. If we follow this line, we will definitely go in the wrong direction. That leaves 2 directions. Lin Ling, where should we go? Guang Chengzi said. Go left first. If that doesn't work, go right. Chapter 50-34. The path on the left was very long, and they didn't encounter anything along the way. It was full of boulders, which was a test of their patience. However, Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for a long time, and his patience had been tempered 1,000 times. He continued forward with perseverance. After walking for 3 years, a large river finally appeared in front of them. The river flowed and blocked Lin Ling's path. Looking at the river, there seemed to be no end to it. It was more like a sea than a river. What was more shocking was that looking through the river, one could see countless demons and ghosts at the bottom of the river. All of them were extremely terrifying. Have we reached the end? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He didn't get too close to the river. Demons and ghosts are dancing in the river. If I'm not wrong, this river is the mirror realm. Look at the people in our group. Guang Chengzi also stared at the river and suddenly saw a familiar face. It was Xianxia. Maybe it's an illusion. Lin Ling still felt that it was unreal. After all, they were only 1 river away from the demons and ghosts. This feeling was too strange. No, this is real. Look at the red-haired man. He's very strong, not much weaker than me. Moreover, he's also watching us. As long as we enter the river, we'll probably be attacked by him. Guang Chengzi shook his head and said, but the mirror realm is just below. Are we going to give up? Wait. Lin Ling continued to stare at the river, and a thought flashed through his mind. He felt that something was wrong. Xianxia is in the river, and she's in conflict with the demons and ghosts in the river. She's fleeing. Wan Yuanbing is also there, and most importantly, the Black Tower is there. TSK, all of this is real, but it's not the real mirror realm. After all, these people went along the fortress and finally reached the river. If I go down from here, I'll probably take the same path as the fortress. The real path is on the right side of the fortress. Right, the mirror realm is on the other side of the mirror. That's right, it must be on the right. Lin Ling became more and more excited as he spoke. It was as if he had guessed the secret. What you said is possible. Why don't we go back and take the right path? Although it's time-consuming, it's better than entering the river and being chased by those demons and ghosts. Master Guangqing's voice trembled. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would have such conjectures. Immediately, they left the river and went back the way they came. After 3 years, they finally arrived at the area of the fortress. Next, they went to the right. After another 3 years, another large river appeared in front of them. This river was exactly the same as the one on the left. The only difference was that this river was still. However, if one looked down through the river, they would still be able to see the demons and ghosts in the river. This is the mirror realm? Guang Chengxi's voice was filled with disbelief. That was because there were still demons and ghosts in the river. Logically speaking, it should be impossible. Lin Ling didn't say anything and continued to ponder. After a long time he guessed, if we follow the fortress, we can reach the world of demons and ghosts, but we can't enter or leave. If we follow the left side of the fortress, we can see the world of demons and ghosts, but as long as we don't jump into the river. Don't worry, the red-haired man is the only one who can notice us in the river. The others don't seem to notice us. If we follow the right side, although there are still demons and ghosts, they can't find us. Perhaps, this river is the world in the mirror. Hearing this, Master Guang Chengxi fell silent. He felt that Lin Ling's conjecture was too crazy. After a while, Master Guang Chengxi asked, "Do you plan to enter?" Lin Ling pondered and finally nodded. "My soul power has surpassed its peak, but the speed of my growth is too slow. Without a physical body, I can't recover my strength. In the underworld, it's not difficult to find a physical body, but it's difficult to find a physical body. It's not easy to find my physical body. I have a feeling that there's something I want in the mirror realm. As long as I find a physical body that's comparable to the past, or even stronger, the underworld won't be able to stop me. Since I've already died once, I might as well go crazy again." Lin Ling's voice was filled with determination and craziness. For Yu and the others, for revenge, even if it was hell, he had to go. He didn't believe that he, the reincarnated soul of the god of creation, would really die in the underworld. "You're right. If you don't go down, you might not die, but you'll be trapped in the underworld forever. If you want to open a new world, you have to fight." Master Guang Chengxi was also influenced by Lin Ling's determination. "Master Guang Chengxi, thank you. If you didn't carry my memories, I would still be a lonely soul in the underworld. If you didn't accompany me, I might not have been able to enter this cold underworld. Now, whether it's life or death, I'll create it," Lin Ling said solemnly to Master Guang Chengxi. "No, we'll create it together." Master Guang Chengxi smiled faintly. "I'm looking forward to the day when you avenge my disciple, the Yellow Emperor, and bring him out of the underworld." Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded heavily and jumped into the river. Whoosh! The river overflowed and drowned Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel that it was no different from jumping into an ordinary river. But as he sank, this feeling disappeared. It was as if he had come to another space, another universe. The land here was very dark, and there were mountains and plains all around. Terrifying ghost, demonic auras were condensing and spreading everywhere as if they had materialized. Looking up, everything had disappeared, leaving only the blood-red sky. A mere god of the underworld dares to enter the empty hell world. This is the great universe of Blood River God. You're courting death. At that moment, a deep voice sounded out, causing the ground to tremble as a terrifying aura flooded out. A 100-meter-tall giant walked over. He wore heavy armor, and his body was filled with ghostly chi, demonic chi, and devil chi. Inhaling and exhaling seemed to be the combination of these three types of auras. His skin was slightly dark, and there were 2 horns on his head, making him look extremely majestic. Then he pounced toward Lin Ling. Judging from the strength of his aura, he was actually comparable to a saint giant universe god. "Oh no, he found me." Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect to meet such a powerful demon as soon as he entered. "Idiot, once you enter my hell's empty realm, you won't be able to hide your nether chi." The demon roared and quickly arrived in front of Lin Ling. The sword of faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he was ready to fight to the death. However, just as Lin Ling was about to swing his sword, he realized that the fiendish demon had passed by him and was chasing into the distance. Upon closer inspection, there was a person in the distance. It was the man with the ghostly aura in the group. "He didn't find me." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. "I know, mirror realm, mirror realm. You've entered the mirror realm in another part of the universe, just like in a mirror. You can see them, you can even touch anything, but they can't see you, they can't even touch you. They can't attack you," Guang Chengxi said suddenly. Chapter 50-35. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling couldn't help but look behind him. Then, he realized that the demonic man in the giant armor had killed the man covered in ghost chi. The demonic man was also eating the man's flesh. After a long time, he finally left. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even look at Lin Ling. It was as if he didn't notice Lin Ling at all. I knew it. Lin Ling had always wanted to test if the demonic man could notice him. However, he couldn't. Lin Ling, the Light Marquis, tried all means to enter the mirror realm. Now that you've found him, there must be great benefits in the mirror realm. Now, let's start looking for them. Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling excitedly. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded heavily. He glanced at the man covered in ghostly aura and walked over. He found a large number of treasures on him and even a fragment of a map. Now, he had 3 fragments of a map. He didn't know why, but he felt that the fragment of a map might be useful. Therefore, he kept all of them carefully. Let's go. Then, Lin Ling walked along the ground. Rumble. Soon, the ground shook and the volcano erupted. Demonic chi flames shot up into the sky and covered the sky. Whoosh. Then, the demonic chi flames rained down from the sky. However, Lin Ling found it strange that the flames could pass through him and didn't affect him at all. Sure enough, any attack here is useless against me. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. It seemed that not only the demonic man's attack, but also the attacks of heaven and earth couldn't affect him. Previously, he had collected treasures such as the fragment of a map, which meant that he could attack others. However, this place is too big. We have no clue what treasures we can find. Guang Chengzi said. Lin Ling frowned immediately. He didn't know what treasure the Light Marquis was looking for. However, at this rate, it would take him a long time to find it. Perhaps if I can find the strongest person in this universe, then I'll be able to get the information. Lin Ling, I think the strongest person in this universe is that red-haired man. He was able to see us on the left side of the river, but I don't know if he can see us now that we're in the mirror realm. You'll know once you try. Lin Ling knew that since he was already here, he had to give it a try no matter how dangerous it was. And his primary goal was to find the devil cultivator. Then, he looked at the sky in the distance and sensed where the demonic aura was the densest. Finally, he chose a direction and moved forward. The demon dwellers here were very strange. They did not look like ghosts, nor did they look like underworld dwellers, nor did they look like demons. They were more like an ancient race from the universe. But they were very powerful. Among those that Lin Ling had seen, the weakest was at the saint-level universe giant god level. Rumble. There was an intense battle in the distance. When Lin Ling got closer, he suddenly realized that it was the people from the previous team. They were fighting against 2 devil cultivator together. There were more than 10 people here, and only 2 devil cultivator. However, the difference in strength was too great. Even if they joined forces, they could not block the attacks of the devil cultivator. However, Lin Ling saw that Shan Yu, Shen Gu, Wen Yuanbing and the others' strength had increased, and the increase was not small. This meant that when they arrived in this universe, they had obtained good treasures and their strength had greatly increased. Not good. These devil cultivators are too strong. We can't win at all. Let's run. If we continue to stay here, we'll only die. But don't we want the treasures here? They were talking as they fought. Originally, they wanted to retreat, but when they heard that there were treasures in this universe, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered. Ah, save me. However, their strength was inferior. This was a fact that could not be changed no matter what. Another person had been killed. A total of 19 of them entered here, and now there were less than 10 people left. Run. Shan Yu did not dare to continue fighting. She turned and ran. Shan Yu, you're shameless. Seeing that Shan Yu suddenly left, everyone cursed. After all, if they joined forces, they could barely hold on for a while. However, Shan Yu suddenly ran away, causing the pressure to fall on them. Let's retreat. Next, Wen Yuanbing, Shen Gu and the others also ran away. Seeing this, everyone had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, the people who ran first had the advantage. After all, the devil cultivator's attention was attracted by the remaining people. Rumble. Another person died. One of the devil cultivators chased after the others, while the other devil cultivator was still fighting. Unfortunately, everyone had started to run, causing one of the devil cultivators to be slower and be restrained. This person was He Ta. Damn it! The Black Tower also cursed loudly, and his eyes were completely red. Seeing that the devil cultivators were getting closer, he had no choice but to use his trump card. In the sky, a huge bronze bell smashed down. The devil cultivators could not get closer, and could only use their hands to support the sky and block with difficulty. Eastern Emperor Bell. At the same time, Lin Ling, who was in the mirror realm, was shocked. He Ta was Xianxi's soul. However, did he not go through 3 baptisms after entering the netherworld? Why did he have the Eastern Emperor Bell? Could it be that he still had memories? Kid, your bell is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still too weak to activate the bell's power. At the same time, the devil cultivator let out a low voice. He actually held the bell with both hands and walked step by step toward He Ta. What a powerful devil cultivator. He Ta's expression changed slightly, but he soon felt relieved. This devil cultivator had the strength of a giant universe god. He naturally could not block it. However, at this time, a sword flashed and pierced through the devil cultivator. The most terrifying thing was that this sudden sword came without any warning. No one could detect it. Ah, who is it? The devil cultivator still held the Eastern Emperor Bell and let out a loud roar. At the same time, He Ta's body trembled. He was very familiar with that sword. In fact, when he first joined the team, he saw a familiar face. However, the netherworld was too big, and the white-haired man was very cold, so he was not sure if that man was someone he knew. Therefore, he planned to find a chance to ask after entering the Dizong Palace. Unfortunately, that man was missing. He probably died in the Dizong Palace, so he secretly guessed that the man was not the person he was looking for. Now that he saw that sword, he was sure that the white-haired man was the person he was looking for. Xiao. At this time, another sword slashed toward him. This devil cultivator was indeed powerful. He was only injured after being hit by the sword. However, the enemy was invisible. He could not detect him even after using all his divine abilities. Therefore, it was useless no matter how strong he was. He could not see his opponent at all. Xiao. Xiao. After a dozen consecutive slashes, the devil cultivator finally fell. A large amount of devil chi blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. Sir, I'm Xianxia. Are you there? He Ta no longer had any doubts after seeing the devil cultivator fall. He shouted to the surroundings. Chapter 50-36. However, when Lin Ling wanted to answer him, he realized that his voice could not be transmitted. Instead, Guang Qingzi informed Lin Ling that more demons were coming. Lin Ling had no choice but to go to Saint Gui's side and pat him on the shoulder. He then pulled Saint Gui in a different direction and told him to escape. My lord, you are still alive. You know me. You have memories. Saint Gui was so happy that he cried. Although he could not see Lin Ling, he knew that Lin Ling wanted him to escape. My lord, I will wait for you. Saint Gui knew that it would be more troublesome if he stayed, so he immediately flew forward. Lin Ling watched him disappear. When the devil dwellers arrived, he activated the 3 extreme breaks of the universe and blocked them. Everyone, be careful. There is a powerful soul fluctuation. The dozen or so devil cultivators all stopped in their tracks and waited. Some of them even used their soul power to resist Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shocked that their soul power was not much weaker than his. Fortunately, although their soul power was strong, it could not enter the mirror realm. He disappeared? What a strange method. I can't sense his aura at all. He is probably dead. Continue chasing. The demons checked for a moment and wanted to continue chasing. However, Lin Ling used his soul power again to tell them that he was not dead. His purpose was to buy time for Saint Gui. Sure enough, when they saw another soul attack coming, all the demon dwellers reacted as if they were facing a great enemy and were delayed for a long time. However, they could not sense Lin Ling at all. It was as if the soul attack came from another universe. After a long time, they finally gave up. So strange. Let's go back and tell the great god. All the demons began to retreat. Lin Ling followed them quietly. As long as Lin Ling did not attack, no one could discover him. Lin Ling was the only one. After a long time, a majestic mountain range appeared in front of them. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and the mountain range was pitch black. The entrance to the mountain range was a gigantic skeleton mountain. The mouth of the mountain was wide open, and all the demons were sucked into it. Lin Ling, be careful. When Lin Ling was about to enter, Guang Chengzi reminded him. This was because the red-haired man in this universe was very mysterious. He was the only person who could see Lin Ling and the others. If they were discovered, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. Lin Ling nodded and cautiously followed in. After entering the mouth of the skull, Lin Ling discovered that it was a narrow and winding path. Of course, it was only a narrow and winding path to the devil dwellers. To the tiny Lin Ling, it was like a grand road. Both sides of the road were full of tall rock walls. It gave off an oppressive feeling. After walking along the main road for a long time, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. They had arrived at a huge open space. Upon closer inspection, the open space was actually filled with demons. Some stood on the ground, while others stood on the distant mountain peaks. There were tens of thousands of them. They were densely packed and terrifying. Powerful auras rolled in all directions. Even though Lin Ling was in the mirror world, he still felt a sense of difficulty breathing. At the end of the open space sat a red-haired man. He was 50 meters tall and wore armor. There was a mysterious tattoo on his chest, making him look majestic. He closed his eyes and sat quietly without moving. Great God! The devil cultivator that entered all bowed in respect. However, the red-haired man remained motionless. The entire open space suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the red-haired man to speak. Moreover, this was the first time they had seen the red-haired man so silent. Finally, the red-haired man opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the entrance. That place was where Lin Ling was. With just a glance, Lin Ling stopped breathing. He did not dare to move, and his heart pounded non-stop. Could it be that the red-haired man had discovered him? Fortunately, the red-haired man quickly retracted his gaze and looked at the demons that had entered. He asked, "What happened?" The demons immediately told him what had happened. "It's those gods from the underworld again. Kill them all. Every 10 million years, gods from the underworld will enter. Kill them all. They're courting death." Among those who entered last time, only the Light Marquis was strong. It was said that he was the reincarnation of the god of the underworld. He escaped, but now there are still people who dare to enter. Humph, whoever enters will die. Even the god of the underworld will die if he meets God Blood River. Deafening voices came from all directions. The demons raised their weapons and roared. "You're saying that someone is attacking you, but you can't see anyone." However, the red-haired man waved his hand and all the demons fell silent. Then the red-haired man asked, "Yes." The demons nodded. The red-haired man's eyes flashed. His eyes looked at Lin Ling again. No one knew what he was thinking. Great God! Is it the Light Marquis again? Someone saw the red-haired man's serious face and immediately asked, "I don't know. Maybe it's him. He has been eyeing that corpse. After all, that corpse is the only one in the entire universe. It's also the strongest body." The red-haired man said indifferently, "It's a pity that it's not that easy to refine that corpse. Go, find those outsiders and kill them all." The red-haired man stood up, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Under his command, numerous demons rushed out. It was a mighty and incomparably terrifying scene. In the blink of an eye, only the red-haired man was left. He looked at Lin Ling calmly. No one knew what he was thinking. Lin Ling still didn't dare to move. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? It's said that when Xianxia Bodhisattva suppressed us, he left behind a mirror realm to monitor us. But, what is this mirror realm? The Light Marquis said millions of years ago that he would come again. Could it be that he's here? He's not only the reincarnation of the god of the underworld, but also the star of the universe. He can't be underestimated. Let's take a look at that thing first. The red-haired man muttered to himself and walked into the depths of the open space. Lin Ling still didn't dare to move, but his heart was in turmoil. The Light Marquis was the reincarnation of the god of the underworld? And he was also one of the 9 stars of the universe? The 9 stars of the universe were the nemesis of the worlds we'll host. It's getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect that the god of the underworld would win and lose. This god of the underworld hates you to the core and wants to torture you. But I didn't expect that he would also help you. Master Guangqing, however, smiled. Lin Ling nodded. If he didn't leave those words unintentionally, I wouldn't know where the mirror realm is. It seems that I should thank him properly. Lin Ling, follow him. The red-haired man seems to be afraid that the treasure will be taken away, so he went to take a look. Follow him and you can find the treasure. Guang Chengzi suddenly thought of something and quickly said, and he said that it's the best meat in the universe. Chapter 50-37. The endless demon mountain was silent. It was as if all the demons had left, causing the demon mountain to give off a stifling feeling. The huge red-haired man walked ahead at a moderate speed. He turned left and right as if he was walking in a maze. Lin Ling realized that if he were to walk alone on the demon mountain, unless he descended from the sky, he wouldn't be able to find a way out in a short period of time. Lin Ling, don't follow too closely. Guang Chengzi's voice could be heard occasionally, causing Lin Ling to stop from time to time. Especially at the corners, when Lin Ling didn't slow down, it was easy for him to bump into the red-haired man. Although Lin Ling was in the mirror world, no one knew what would happen if he bumped into the red-haired man. Fortunately, Guang Chengzi had reminded him. Every time he turned a corner, as long as he didn't see the red-haired man, Lin Ling would wait in place for a moment. This person is very strong and can really detect us. However, he isn't sure if it's an illusion or something. Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling. The red-haired man indeed felt that something was wrong behind him, so he walked very slowly. However, after sensing carefully, he didn't find anything. Is it really an illusion? I should go and see my treasure immediately before it is stolen. After walking for 2 hours, the red-haired man finally sped up. It was obvious that he valued the treasure hidden in the demon mountain. And after he sped up, it meant that he no longer cared about Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling also sped up. Before long, an even more majestic mountain peak appeared in front of them. It towered into the clouds, and one couldn't see its peak. There was only a valley entrance, and the red-haired man immediately rushed in. The valley entrance was filled with mist, and the red-haired man rushed out. A human figure appeared, and it slowly recovered. Lin Ling, quick! Rush in before the mist fuses. Master Guangqing stared ahead and suddenly shouted anxiously. Lin Ling nodded solemnly and hurriedly shot into the fog. He was far away from the red-haired man, and the fog was recovering very quickly. Therefore, Lin Ling had almost missed his chance. This mist is a kind of energy in the red-haired man's body. If someone approaches, he can sense it. Therefore, you can use the mist that he has dispersed to enter. This way, he won't be able to sense you. After entering the valley, Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling. After Lin Ling nodded, he looked around and realized that this valley was even more majestic than before. A giant was quietly leaning against the wall. This giant was so big that it was unimaginable. His upper body was naked, and there were complicated runes all over his body. His long hair was draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were closed. He looked like a corpse. In front of the giant, the red-haired man stood there calmly. He raised his head and looked at the giant with an excited smile on his face. The red-haired man could be considered huge, but compared to the giant, he was like a little lamb. Lin Ling, don't you think this giant looks familiar? At this time, Guang Chengzi said to Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's attention was originally on the red-haired man. After hearing this, he looked at the giant. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, as if he had seen it somewhere before. When you use Pangu Strike, the final giant you transform into looks like this. Guang Chengzi immediately reminded Lin Ling when he saw that Lin Ling did not react. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression finally changed. Pangu. This was the real Pangu. How was this possible? Lin Ling's entire soul was trembling in disbelief. He stared at the giant and suddenly realized that the giant seemed to be looking at him. Even though the giant was a corpse, this feeling was still very strong. The #1 physical body in the universe, and the only one. No wonder. It seems that the underworld god is also looking for this treasure. Lin Ling, the red-haired man has left. As Lin Ling stared at the giant, Guang Chengzi's voice drifted over, waking Lin Ling up. Do I have a chance to obtain this giant? After Lin Ling woke up, he immediately asked. His entire soul was trembling. His previous physical body was in fact incomparably precious. After all, Lin Ling began tempering his physical body in the rainforest sacred land. After so many years, His physical body had been tempered to a terrifying level. However, compared to Pangu's true body, his previous physical body was still incomparable. You can try, but it will be difficult. After all, the red-haired man said that he had not succeeded in refining it for so long. However, Lin Ling, you have cultivated Pangu strike. Perhaps you have a chance. Guang Chengzi kept saying. Lin Ling floated over and examined the giant's feet. Gradually, he reached the knees, then the thighs, stomach, and chest. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the giant's 2 arms. He realized that all 10 of the giant's fingers were present. That's not right. I obtained Pangu's finger. That finger was feared by the Universe Toad clan. However, all 10 fingers of this body are present. Could it be that this is not Pangu's body? Lin Ling frowned. Very likely. However, it could also be the bloodline of the Pangu clan. After all, legend has it that the real Pangu has transformed into the universe. His physical body no longer exists. Guang Chengzi guessed. I will know once I enter his body. If there is a familiar aura in his body, it must be Pangu's bloodline. Lin Ling continued to fly upward and reached the giant's ear. He then entered through the ear. Compared to Pangu, his body was as small as a bug. Naturally, he could enter easily. However, he soon realized that there was a familiar aura in the giant's body. It was the same as the aura of the Pangu strike and Pangu's finger. It was incomparably ancient. This is the bloodline of the Pangu clan. Moreover, it is the purest bloodline. If I can refine him, I will have a physical body in the underworld. Lin Ling immediately became excited. However, how should he refine him? Perhaps, you can try using Pangu's strike. Guang Chengzi said, of course, if you have the Pangu clan's Pangu true movement technique, you should be able to refine him successfully. However, the Pangu strike is an offensive technique of the Pangu clan. The chances are relatively low. Even if you can, the refining speed will not be fast. However, it will definitely be much faster than Blood River God. Alright, I'll give it a try. Wait, take a look at the giant's body first. I believe that the red-haired man has left some energy in the giant's body and is continuing to refine him. Hearing this, Lin Ling hurriedly swam into the giant's body. After investigating for a long time, he finally found a strange power at the giant's heart. The entire giant's heart had turned black, and it was slowly dyeing the surroundings black. That's right. That red-haired man started from the heart. However, the speed at which he refined this body was very slow. Lin Ling, you should refine the other parts of the body first, and then the heart. All right. Chapter 5038. A strange force suddenly emanated from Lin Ling's soul. If this force had appeared elsewhere, it would have quickly disappeared into the void. However, in the giant's body, it immediately infected the surroundings. First, the giant's brain seemed to be assimilated. It's effective. Lin Ling opened his eyes and was extremely happy. It's not very fast, but compared to the red-haired man, it's hundreds of millions of times faster. Lin Ling, slowly refine this giant. Guang Chengzi was also happy for Lin Ling. If he obtained this body, there was no doubt that Lin Ling would be able to make a comeback. In the future, he would definitely step into the ranks of the top gods in the universe. Time passed quietly. During this time, the red-haired man also came several times, but he couldn't detect Lin Ling in the giant's brain. Finally, the red-haired man left. After Lin Ling refined the giant's brain, the entire head gradually came under his control. At first, it was very uncomfortable, but after familiarizing himself with it, he felt that the giant's head was like his own. After refining the head, Lin Ling's soul also gained something. It was actually Pangu's true movement technique. This was the universe's #1 physical cultivation technique. And the resource needed for cultivation was actually the universe. It turned out that Pangu refined the universe to increase his strength. As expected of Pangu, directly refining the universe. Lin Ling was excited, and a sense of heroism rose in his heart. After the head was refined, the following speed became much faster. Left arm, right arm, chest, abdomen, thigh, calf. Time seemed slow, but in fact, after 100 years, the giant was finally left with only the heart. Lin Ling could even feel that the entire body was under his control, as if it was his own body. He even had an illusion that he was a baby floating in the vast universe, constantly absorbing the essence of the universe and gradually growing. Lin Ling, the red-haired man, is very strong. Now that you have refined the giant's body, you are probably not his match. So after refining the heart, you must leave immediately. Besides, you're in the mirror world, but your huge body can't enter. So, you can only leave from here. Have you found the way out? Guang Chengzi reminded Lin Ling. I reckon that the way out should be the map fragment. Try burning it. Lin Ling also stopped refining. Before he found a way out, he didn't dare to confront the red-haired man. After that, he used his soul power to refine the map fragments. Lin Ling had obtained quite a number of map fragments. After being burned by his soul power, green smoke rose from the fragments. The strange thing was that the green smoke didn't disperse, instead, it formed a haze. Moreover, within the haze one could see. He felt an aura that was different from the infernal universe. It seems like the way out is indeed through the map fragments. However, your physical body is simply too massive. If you want to leave, you'll have to burn all of the map fragments. Furthermore, the timing has to be coincidental. You'll have to burn the map fragments just as you finished assimilating the heart. It's empty. Master Guangqing kept reminding him. Lin Ling nodded. He constantly sensed the time needed to refine the map fragments. After familiarizing himself with it, he began to refine the heart. And now, Lin Ling not only had the Pangu's strike, but he had also learned the Pangu's true movement technique. His assimilation speed was undoubtedly much faster. He prayed that the red-haired man wasn't on Demon Mountain. This would buy him more time. At the same time, far away on the ground, the red-haired man was chasing after several outsiders. After sensing a strange feeling, his expression changed. Not good. He immediately rushed towards Demon Mountain. His speed was incomparably fast. In just an incense stick's worth of time, he returned from the distant horizon. Following that, he followed Demon Mountain's path and rushed towards the valley. Lin Ling, he's back. Quick, quick, quick. At the same time, Master Guang Chengzi's anxious voice sounded. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. His huge giant body suddenly sat down cross-legged, causing Demon Mountain to shake. He was frantically refining the strength in the heart. And behind him, the map fragments were burning, gradually forming a huge haze. In his body, the originally black heart was rapidly recovering its color. The speed was incomparably fast. Pang! At the same time, a figure finally rushed in. It was the red-haired man. After seeing the giant sitting cross-legged, he was furious. Who are you? He never expected that someone would steal his treasures right under his nose. One had to know that he often came to check on the giant, but he never found anything strange. Lin Ling ignored him. He continued to refine the heart and all the treasures on him. His speed was as fast as lightning. You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling ignored him, the red-haired man threw a punch at Lin Ling. His godly energy was incomparably terrifying, reaching the level of 10 trillion. One had to know that when the Yellow Emperor broke through to become a Saint Universe giant, he only had 300 billion godly energy at most. 100,000. The difference was too great. Rumble. Seeing the punch coming, Lin Ling knew that if he did not make a move, he would be injured. The huge fist met the attack head-on. Two fists, one big and one small, collided. However, Lin Ling's fist was not a match at all. He was blasted away and smashed into Demon Mountain behind him. If it were any other giant god of the universe, they would have been completely destroyed long ago. But even so, Lin Ling was still injured. At the same time, he sensed that the haze behind him had completely formed and was starting to dissipate. Retreat! Lin Ling did not dare to tangle with the red-haired man. He immediately rushed into the haze and gradually disappeared. Where do you think you're going? The red-haired man obviously did not react in time. When he attacked, his palm grabbed empty air. He was furious and wanted to rush into the haze, but a powerful force blocked him. This was the sealing power of Xianxia Bodhisattva. Ah, damn it! As long as I get this body, I'll be free from the sea of bitterness and turn the netherworld upside down. This person actually dared to steal my body. I'll kill you, kill you! The red-haired man's body became even bigger. His violent aura was tumbling, and his red hair was like a snake, easily breaking through endless Demon Mountain. Lin Ling seemed to have entered the mirror world and was floating toward the sky. However, the red-haired man could not detect him, nor could he attack him.
Wait for me. I'll definitely find you.
The red-haired man suddenly looked toward the sky as if he had seen Lin Ling. But Lin Ling knew that the red-haired man did not see him. However, when Lin Ling flew higher and higher, he saw a huge sea of blood floating on the ground in the distant Demon Mountain. Most importantly, Lin Ling had Panga's body, so he could sense that it was not a sea of blood but the blood of this corpse. No wonder Lin Ling did not see a drop of blood after entering the corpse. It was hidden there.
Chapter 5039. A huge suction force brought Lin Ling out of Hell's universe. At this moment, Lin Ling finally felt relieved. His purpose for coming to Dizong Palace was finally accomplished. When Lin Ling disappeared, countless people in Hell's universe looked up at the sky coldly.
Their eyes were filled with irreconcilable killing intent.
At the highest peak of Demon Mountain, the red-haired man stood there like a javelin.
He towered into the clouds as his long hair danced wildly.
I will find you. When the time comes, I will tear you into pieces.
I, Blood River God, swear. His voice actually rushed out of Hell's universe and reached Lin Ling's ears.
Lin Ling still sneered.
Although he knew that the red-haired man was very strong, by the time he came out, the universe would have already experienced a great era. This is still the land of boulders. Following that, Lin Ling's gaze swept around and found that he had returned to the side of the river.
In front of him, the river water was still as if it was a huge mirror.
However, through the river water, he could see the scene under the river.
Lin Ling ignored it and strode away.
Lin Ling, congratulations on finally finding your physical body.
Guang Chengxi's voice came at the same time. I have found my physical body, but it's just that I'm like this now. Lin Ling was speechless. He was still in the form of a giant. Naked, it was as strange as it could get. The universe's #1 physical body. It's just a change in appearance. Don't worry, this physical body's cultivation speed is probably very fast. It won't be long before you return to your previous appearance. Guang Chengxi said.
Lin Ling only ran for a moment before he returned to the fortress. Then with a rumble, he sat down cross-legged.
Suddenly, a large number of small beasts appeared around him. However, Lin Ling released his soul force. After the small beasts circled around him a few times, they gradually flew away. As for Lin Ling, he took out all the treasures on his body to cultivate, causing his body to continuously shrink. At the same time, he began to familiarize himself with this body. He had Panga's body cultivation method, which was the first body cultivation method in the universe. His cultivation speed was indeed fast, especially after this cultivation method was combined with Panga's body. His cultivation speed had reached a terrifying limit.
It was just that the cultivation progress was great, and the consumption was also great.
The treasures that Lin Ling obtained before were all used up in less than an incense stick's worth of time. So strong. I've only trained for a short period of time and my physical strength has already reached 1 billion.
Lin Ling opened his eyes, and they were filled with shock.
Back then, his physical body was only 4 billion, but Panga's body was almost catching up to his back then. Spiritual qi has appeared in my dantian. Moreover, Lin Ling had also started to cultivate spiritual qi. However, he was still in the beginning stages and needed more cultivation resources.
Now that he was recultivating and had Panga's body, even the cultivation of spiritual qi was incomparably fast.
Panga's body is actually determined by stars. A 9-star Pangu is the strongest. After surpassing that, one would be a real Pangu. Now, I'm in the 1-star range, and when I reach the later stages of this body cultivation, I need to refine the universe. Through Panga's cultivation method, Lin Ling roughly knew how the most ancient race determined their strength. Shrink. Next, Lin Ling began to change his appearance, returning to the size of an ordinary person. However, this time, he did not change back to Lin Ling's appearance. After all, he did not want to be recognized by the underworld too quickly. After that, he walked into the fortress in the distance, pondered for a while, and finally left a line of words. The underworld is gone. After leaving behind a line of words, Lin Ling finally went back the way he came. Previously, 19 people had entered. Now, Lin Ling did not know how many of them had come out alive. He only hoped that Saint Guy could leave safely. Before long,
Lin Ling arrived at the Shiva Grand Hall. At this moment, the Shiva stone sculpture seemed to have noticed Lin Ling. Several heads looked at Lin Ling with deep meaning. Clearly, it had detected the aura of a demonic person on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, it has discovered us. After all, your body has been buried in the Demon Mountain for many years and more or less has the aura of a demonic person. It will take some time for it to dissipate. The purpose of the Shiva stone sculpture seems to be to stop that group of demonic people. However, it mistook you for a demonic person and will definitely stop you from leaving. This Shiva stone sculpture is amazing. Even the giant gods of the universe will take a detour when they see it. If we want to leave, I'm afraid there will be a lot of twists and turns. That might not be the case. Lin Ling, the scariest thing about this Shiva stone sculpture is actually the coxcomb venomous snake. However, your panga body has the strongest defense and recovery. It might not be afraid of poison. After a round of discussion, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Guang Chengxi's words made sense. Then he rushed forward along the grand hall. At the same time, the heaven and earth net appeared, and countless coxcomb venomous snakes crawled out from the ground. The heaven and earth net instantly entangled Lin Ling. A large number of coxcomb venomous snakes also bit Lin Ling, releasing poison that could kill even the giant gods of the universe. However, after the poison entered Lin Ling's body, it did not affect him at all. Instead, it turned into nourishment, causing a star mark to appear on Lin Ling's forehead. Beside this mark, the shadow of a star also quietly appeared. At the same time, Lin Ling's physical strength was also rising rapidly, gradually reaching 1.5 billion. However, the second star was still not completely formed. Lin Ling kept stuffing the coxcomb venomous snakes into his mouth as if he was eating spicy strips. The coxcomb venomous snakes that entered Lin Ling's body were digested by his stomach. It was as if they had entered a black hole in the universe, finally turning into all kinds of energy. When Lin Ling's physical strength reached 1.8 billion, all the coxcomb venomous snakes were eaten by Lin Ling, leaving not a single one behind. Break! Lin Ling roared. The heaven and earth net was torn apart, and he took large strides forward. After devouring a large number of coxcomb venomous snakes, not only did his physical strength increase greatly, even his cultivation had reached the level of a lower deity. The main reason was that he had used the Chaos Divine formula to cultivate and Panga's physical body technique to refine it. In addition, although the coxcomb venomous snakes seemed to be venomous, they were actually great treasures. Therefore, Lin Ling recovered very quickly. However, after reaching the level of a lower deity, the increase in his realm began to slow down. It's Nan Wan. Along the way, Lin Ling saw a corpse on the ground. The corpse had been eaten, leaving only clothes. However, Lin Ling recognized that they were Nan Wan's clothes. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nan Wan's death was tragic. After all, she only wanted to become stronger, but the road to becoming stronger was full of obstacles. Her life wasn't tough enough, and in the end, she died on the road to becoming stronger. Let's go, Guang Chengxi said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and walked out of the Dizong Palace. He came to the sandstorm outside and pondered for a moment where he should go. Now, I have to find Xianxia and then find more cultivation treasures. Xianxia has already recognized me, so he won't be too far away from here. Let's go out of the sandstorm and take a look.